9th HbbTV Symposium. Hope you all had a good evening yesterday evening at our awards ceremony. Maybe also got to see a little bit of Paris as well after that. I'm quite enjoying the cold, crisp weather and a very pleasant walk from my hotel here to the university this morning. Now, a few reminders before we get underway with this morning's proceedings. Don't forget, if you're tweeting or perhaps posting something on LinkedIn, do use the hashtag HbbTVParis. Of course, to do that, you might want to be connected to the internet. I found I had to log on again this morning. You might have to do that as well. You're looking for the Wi-Fi network Colloques, COLLOQUES, and once you're there, log into a web browser, and Adenauer, ADENAUER, is the magic password which will get you connected to the internet and stop giving too much profits to mobile phone companies whilst you're traveling overseas. Right, the other thing I should mention, by the way, is if you've got any questions to ask during the course of the day, of course, there's the Slido app, or you can do it online at their website, simply Slido, SLI.do. And then we'll put as many of those questions to the various panelists and speakers on your behalf. So let's get underway. And who else could we have to open our second day than the chairman of the HbbTV Association, Vincent Grivet. Please welcome Vincent for his keynote and State of the Nation speech on the achievements and future outlook for HbbTV. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It seems either it's me, either it's the evening in Paris, but I see less faces than yesterday. But hopefully, for those who are here, it will be useful and interesting. I think, by the way, we had a great day yesterday, and then maybe people thought they had enough yesterday. Is that the green button which I should press? Yes. I will try to cover actually 4 points in this keynote. Number one, to share with you some thoughts on what, at least to me, look at the key events around us in the television market. Number two, how does HbbTV fit in this environment? And short version is, I think HbbTV fits very well in this environment and is the key for many organizations to unlock the future of this environment. Number three, some news of the HbbTV Association. Most of you are members, so you are entitled to know what is happening within HbbTV. And for those of you who are not members, we're going to provide you more reasons even to join. And then we will look forward at the opportunities and challenges for us. So what has happened around us in the last 12 or a little bit more months, because in the end, the last time we met in person, more or less, was about 2 years ago in Athens. The first thing is something that was not existing before COVID, that existed during COVID, and that seems to be over now, which was the kind of rebound of linear TV in many countries, and you can see that very clearly on the right side. These are for France, but I think it happened the same in many countries. On the left side, you can see that in the last recent years, there is a trend for linear TV viewing to decline. And then suddenly, in the COVID, linear TV jumped up again. But that seems to be over. Not COVID, unfortunately, but the rebound of linear TV seems to be over. And of course, the logical consequence is that in the meantime, the SVOD and OTT growth did not stop. On the left side, you can see a chart that shows the total number of SVOD subscribers in Europe. And as you can see, we jumped from almost nothing in 2010 to 140 million subscriptions active in 2020. And this led to an important symbolic milestones having been crossed in the US, or actually no, it's global, where that was in March 21, for the first time, the number of SVOD subscription passed the 1 billion mark. And by the way, 1 billion is the number of pay VOD subscription in the world. So now really, we have SVOD and pay TV playing on an equal footing. And in the US, as you can see on the left side, you have actually slightly more US homes who are regular SVOD users versus the number of homes who are regular pay TV users. Netflix, not surprisingly, now is the number 2 TV player in Europe. Netflix in Europe was unexisting just a few years ago. And now if you look at it from the point of view of the Euros, the number 1 is Comcast due to its many assets and interests across Europe, and then you have Netflix. But we also learned something interesting in the recent 12 or 18 months, is that SVOD and OTT growth is not without limits either. And both Netflix and Disney, the 2 big leaders of the OTT world, SVOD world, they started to have their first loss of power. They have lost subscribers. They have a hard time hitting their numbers again. So we are coming to a more balanced situation where probably classical linear TV and SVOD and OTT, and that is my deep personal belief, are now coming to a more balanced situation and will embark for a durable, long-time co-leadership of the TV world. By the way, the recent past has also learned us or confirmed us that if you really want to reach to big audience number, you have to be linear TV. That is what the BBC learned the hard way when they decided for a few years to suspend the BBC 3 broadcasting and say, well, we're going to move BBC 3 to only online. And a few years ago, after that, they had lost 89% of their viewership. And if you look at the league table of TV shows in the UK, that's a UK ranking again, but I'm sure you would find the same in most European countries. And it's very small, you can't see everything, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that if you want to look at the biggest Netflix hit in the UK viewing, you have to go to number 13, which means that the 12 top audiences in the UK are done on classical linear TV. And the first SVOD audience is only number 13. And the other interesting thing is that SVOD and linear TV, which are very often opposed and presented as being totally antagonist, one being doomed supposedly to replace the other one, another version of the great replacement theory, is not going to happen. Because what you can see is that all the SVOD leaders, the Netflix, the Amazons, the BBC iPlayer, the Rakuten with their famous VOD offers, they are all now considering some kind of linear classical broadcast proposal, because that's the way to achieve big audience and to really be important in the market. Another area, which maybe some would prefer not to happen, another area where SVOD and linear TV converge, maybe against their own will, or at least against the own will of certain of the parties, is regulation. More and more in Europe, we see that SVOD, which in the past were totally absent from the regulatory landscape, good for them maybe, are now again covered by the main European regulatory framework like the AVMS directive. And by the way, also we have regrettably not UK anymore in the European Union. You can see that the UK legislation somehow is mimicking the European Union regulation and try to bring SVOD and classical broadcast TV under the same regulatory roof. Another interesting thing is that as the world goes OTT, something which was very big in different forms across the globe seems to be something of the past, and that was the interest of the telecommunication companies for TV. This interest, again, had very different forms. In this country, in France, it has the dominant form of IPTV, super important. It's probably not decreasing in France now. It's very important, not yet decreasing. Also, for instance, Orange, who had invested a lot in content with their famous OCS broadcast property, if you will, or TV property, and apparently they're trying to sell this. AT&T and Verizon in the US got rid of their costly TV adventures. Maybe the same for BT. Ziggo in the Netherlands is introducing a standalone internet service, so they are splitting or decoupling TV and telecommunication. And finally, another important consideration is that the environment considerations more and more will be factored into the debate between OTT, SVOD, and broadcast. And you see growing concerns about carbon footprint associated to video viewing and especially to SVOD streaming. You see a little bit of everything. You see good news, you see bad news. What struck me particularly, and I don't know if Richard Lindsay Davies from DTG has joined us this morning, but in the latest State of the Nation from the DTG, you could read, and that is on the bottom left of the slide, you could read that 40% of the UK consumers were aware of their SVOD carbon footprint, and they would be prepared to use a lower bitrate to reduce their carbon footprint, or they would be prepared to pay a little bit more money and to be guaranteed that they would be green or greener. By the way, if you have interest for that topic, you may be interested in a study which has been recently published under the name of LOCAT, that is concluding that across Europe, DTT delivery of linear TV and potentially under certain circumstances also of VOD content can be up to 10 times less carbon impact than streaming. So that is another important factor in the debate. How does HbbTV fit in this world? Again, I think HbbTV fits very well because HbbTV is looking at the TV set, and we do have the proof that all of this is happening on the TV set. When it comes to quality TV content, the important device is not the tablet, not the mobile phone, not the PC, it is the TV set. It's true for the classical linear TV channels, it's true for Netflix, it's true for Salto, it's true for Freeview. The important TV screen is the TV set, and it is increasingly a smart TV. But the bad news for the small European content providers is, of course, that the smart TV world is a fragmented world. On this slide, you can see the market share of the different smart TV platforms in the UK. And if you do the basic math, you will see that you need to add at least 6 platforms to go to 100% coverage of the market. And of course, that 6 is a purely theoretical, because it would be based on the false assumption that there is no overlap in the first 6 platforms. And the reality is that there is overlap, so that in reality, you probably need to add up 10 or 12 platforms to be sure that your service will reach to 100% of the market. And that is the fundamental beauty or promise or appeal of HbbTV, which is to position itself as a way to unify and resolve this fragmentation. We have heard yesterday from many speakers that HbbTV has the potential to do that. Maybe there is still a little bit of work to be done to actually fully deliver that potential, but that is the goal and that is the potential of HbbTV. Another evolution is that we see a number of signals that could signal the beginning of an evolution of the TV set as a set-top box. I'm not sure this is a super appealing evolution, but when you look at the announcements by Sky, by Amazon, by Bloomberg, it looks a little bit that the TV set is not going to be an autonomous equipment from the home of its own, with its own legitimacy and market positioning, but the TV set would be just an extension of the service proposal from one given service provider. I'm not sure about the implications of that. It's probably not an evolution that HbbTV is supportive or supporting, and HbbTV is rather the opposite, which is a proposal to enable competition and diversity, but in the TV set universe, while there is a unification platform for the delivery of advanced TV services. And luckily, HbbTV definitely continues its successful installation in the TV ecosystem. You can see that the DTG has promoted HbbTV in a certain way. We have heard about the excellent development in the UK with Freeview Play and the number of active users and eligible devices. We have heard also this good news from Spain, with now a super high percentage of the TV sold in Spain being eligible, and we have confirmation that HbbTV is the leading platform in Germany. We have seen also recently, and that has been specific to France, but I am sure it will give ideas to other countries, we've seen a new way to use HbbTV as a way to signal interactive services to end users. We have also recently heard a lot about HbbTV as the technology of choice to promote accessible services. So, in summary, classical linear TV is certainly not a dead proposal, but certainly now it has to share the leadership of the TV world with SVOD. OTT continues its growth. It's now at par. It's really playing at par with classical TV, but probably it's hitting some kind of limit. OTT and linear are not absolute enemies and antagonists, and more they will be combined. The good news is HbbTV is made exactly for that, to have the power to combine linear and non-linear TV. Environmental concerns are significant, and they will contribute to shape the future balance of the world of TV. The world of connected TV and OTT is fragmented, and HbbTV can resolve or help to resolve this fragmentation. HbbTV is the preferred technology from the European broadcasting platforms to enable them to navigate the transformation and reinvent themselves in this hybrid world. HbbTV helps to leverage the DTT energy and efficiency advantages, and HbbTV continues a very successful installation, both at the level of the services and the devices in Europe, including with new models. So definitely, HbbTV is the right technology for this co-leadership era. Now, some news about the association, and I'll be very brief because I see that I'm already over time. Sorry for that. We, unfortunately, had to quietly celebrate our 10th anniversary. As a memory, the first specification of HbbTV was June 2020, so that's already significantly more than 10 years, but association was incorporated in May 2011. We have, like many organizations, we have temporarily moved to a purely online organization. Today is the first day in more than 2 years where we have a meeting in presence, and that's, again, very good to have that, and we are very lucky to have it. We have replaced the lack of in-person meetings by a very successful webinar initiative, and I would really like to say a big thank you to the speakers, the companies, and the people who spoke, and a big thank you to the organizers of this series. Not only they enabled us to navigate the COVID distanciation, we had 16 successful webinars, but I think they provide a unique repository of knowledge and information about HbbTV because they are all available online with slide decks and videos, and it's a unique way to access the massive amount of collective intelligence in the HbbTV community. Our specification, and you will hear much more from John Pising in a minute, continues to be a lively one. Our test suite is still a very, very important activity. We are reaching 3,000 tests. All TA tests, targeted advertising, are now in the test suite. All the OpApp tests are now in the test suite. We have now 91% approval rate in the core test suite, which is very high. And we start to integrate W3C and MSC web tests. Recently, we did, at the level of the steering group, we did a very important 5 years planning exercise for the test suite, just to check that we could continue this very important, intense, and costly activity on test. And the answer is yes. It's tough. We have to adapt a number of things, but we have agreed on a 5 years plan where we will continue to invest 1.5 million euros over the next 5 years in the test suite. Our test suite will reach 3,500 tests, and our target is that we will have an approval rate for both core test suite and non-core higher than 90%. So really, our test suite has strongly improved in the recent years. These improvements are the result of money that we invest, and also of the very hard work of many people, including Van, and I don't think Van is here this morning, but probably, oh, Van is here. So Van received an award yesterday because she's leading that enormous effort from the HbbTV community on the test suite. And we are making progress, and we will continue to make progress thanks to the testing working group and all the goodwills who cooperate in these test working groups. We are also investing in interoperability with 2 leading reference apps, which we will continue to evolve. Probably, and we heard that yesterday, we would need a bigger reference app to cover everything. We don't have that yet. Another very important activity on which I would like to spend a minute is the Privacy Task Force. It's a new activity which is very discreet for the time being, which is in an interesting co-leadership structure. It's co-led by Frank Heineberg from RTL and Leslie Shanklin from Discovery from the US. And they are working very hard to publish, hopefully early next year, an HbbTV Privacy Handbook for the first time. And that Privacy Handbook will be an attempt to help all companies involved in HbbTV to deploy HbbTV in a safe, from the privacy point of view, in a safe manner. And this is generated with a lot of work, including the work of a legal external firm which HbbTV has commissioned to get some real, robust legal opinions on privacy. Briefly, I would like also to mention a licensing working group, which we have not exactly created, because the licensing working group is more a renaming, redesign also of a former sleeping working group, which was named, believe it or not, that sleeping working group was named a certification working group. And unfortunately, that certification working group was not doing certification anymore. And that group has been reorganized to take care of the way HbbTV is disseminating its assets, such as the test suite and the logo, etc., in the community. A very important project that has not yet seen the light, but very soon, and that is why I would like to have a word on that here. We are working on a developer portal. There has been an RFP issued. The portal will be ready very soon, and it's going to be an absolutely new and very useful tool for the community of HbbTV developer in the world to share lessons, best practices, issues, and resolve these issues, etc. So stay tuned. It's going to happen very soon. It's going to be very, very useful. Now, conclusion, looking ahead. HbbTV is a fantastic place of opportunities. We are blessed that, again, thanks to the work, 10 years of work of people and organization, we have a rich specification which is fit for the job. It fully meets the requirements of today's demanding consumers and the challenging market environment. It is an evolving specification, and you will have confirmation of that in a moment. We have a rich and up-to-date test suite, which is improving on a continuous basis. HbbTV is supported by a proven organization in which all key players engage. There is a growing appetite of the market as broadcasters actively transform, and they find that HbbTV is the right support and tool for them to transform. We have growing recognition in the market with substantial real-life deployment and consumer usage. We have money-making business case like targeted advertising. So definitely, HbbTV is the right specification. Maybe I've spoken so much that I cannot. No, I can change my slide. We have a number of challenges ahead. Like any living and successful organization, we have to deal with a number of edge issues, like the interoperability of DRM. DRM is outside of HbbTV, but we cannot ignore DRM. It's super important. We progressively, and this is more long-term, mid-term, we see a world where the classical broadcast platform will not be dominating anymore. And we need absolutely to prepare HbbTV for that moment or for that world, so that HbbTV is as relevant in broadcast as it is in IP. I think we had yesterday an excellent founding brick for that, which is HbbTV. HbbTV is a great specification, and we learned yesterday it's not only a specification, it's not only theory, it's a live demo here, which has legitimately received an award yesterday. We need to avoid national fragmentation. We heard a lot of that yesterday in the conformance workshop, which, by the way, I think was excellent. I'm very happy we had that workshop. But probably in the past, in the enthusiasm of using HbbTV, all the individual European countries went a little bit excessive in their national version of what's the new TV. We need to reduce that fragmentation. And we need to get to an organized, guaranteed, universal compatibility. I know we will never have 100% out-of-the-box compatibility, but we need to find something better, whether it's 40%, whether it's 10%. It's probably always insufficient, and we need to find a better way to get that higher compatibility. We probably want to make HbbTV easier for manufacturers, and we heard a lot from them yesterday on what could be improved. And as HbbTV works mostly with limited budget and voluntary work, all these challenges maybe cannot be addressed in HbbTV, and I really want to make them collective challenges to the HbbTV community and not challenges just to the HbbTV Association. But altogether, I think in these last 10 years, HbbTV has built an excellent, outstanding foundation to support the European transformation of the TV market. It's very useful, it's relevant to the players. So my concluding message is just let's continue to make this happen together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Vincent. Let me introduce then the second half of our keynote now. And I'm very pleased to introduce to you John Peasing. If you want to come, what are you looking for? Oh, yes. Yeah, our secret stash of water, which was inadvertently revealed to us yesterday. Anyway, the keynote now is on the latest on HbbTV specifications and related activities. To do that, John Peasing is here. He is the HbbTV Vice Chairman. John, please take it away.
Great. Thank you very much. So, welcome. Hopefully you've all recovered from whatever you found to enjoy last night. So I'm going to give you an update on our specifications and the related activities. So I'm Vice Chair of HbbTV. I chair the specification group. I am Director Standardization in TP Vision, what used to be the TV business unit of Philips. And humorously, I would describe my role as Chief Cat Herder. If you imagine what it would be like to herd pet cats, particularly ones that live outdoors, then I see my role as basically herding cats. Now, I'm told if I press the green button, it will work. Yes, good. So those of you who were in Berlin will have seen this one before. I'm just going to go through it very quickly for those who weren't. So this is our HbbTV specification workflow. So we have a requirements group who develop requirements, not surprisingly. At least one of the co-chairs of that might be here today. Is Peter McCavick here yet? Anybody seen Peter McCavick yet? Okay, well, if you're interested in the requirements group, bother me later and I'll introduce you to Peter. We have a specification group that is responsible for the specification and the unit test descriptions. We have a supplier evaluation group, which obtains quotations for the test suite, evaluates those and makes recommendations to the steering group about which suppliers should get the contract. So they handle the more sensitive commercial stuff. We have the testing group that Van chairs. You saw Van yesterday, both at the closing and in the awards. And they organize review and acceptance of tests and maintenance. And we have the Improving Interoperability Task Force who collect feedback on interoperability in the market. So I'm going to try and go through fairly quickly what each one of those has been doing recently or will be doing. So starting with the requirements group. So they have an annual process to identify new requirements with support across the value chain. So the value chain being broadcasters, operators or platforms, and manufacturers. The 2020 requirements are being included in what will be called HbbTV 204 or 171 as the more formal name. Details are in the specification group section up next. The 2021 requirements are still work in progress. Some of them, not necessarily all of them, will be included in 204 as well. So optional support for the next generation of video codecs. So VVC, AVS3, AV1, examples of things like that. Optional support for launching tvOS applications from HbbTV, perhaps. Web standards update, I'll say a bit more about that on the 204 slide. Higher graphics resolutions, I'll say a bit more about that later. IPv6, you find that domestic ISPs are beginning to roll that out across Europe, and we don't actually have any tests that check that the HbbTV basics work when somebody turns on IPv6. The other thing the requirements group own is deprecations. So you might think of this as spring cleaning. So this is features that will be removed in a following version of the spec. Now, some people hear the word deprecation and then they mentally translate it immediately to removal. Don't panic. This deprecation is not the same as removing something. It is signaling to the market an intent to remove something in a future version. So again, don't panic. This is a warning added in the spec that something will be going away. That gives you time to adapt your apps and services or complain to HbbTV. One of the things we're going to be removing is the Tiresias resident font. That dates back to the very beginning of HbbTV. And at the time it was thought to be optimized for accessibility. Opinion now believes it's no longer optimized for accessibility. The on-screen keyboard provided by HbbTV for text input. All the evidence is the apps just do this themselves and nobody uses the built-in one. OTT streaming of MPEG-2 transport streams. People use this, but it's been around for 10 years and it's slowly going away, and it's something that is a good candidate to be the victim of spring cleaning. This is the most sensitive one of the lot, which is the old AV control object from HbbTV 1.0 to 1.5, which a lot of apps are using, particularly in countries with a big installed base of 1.5 receivers, and particularly when some manufacturers carried on shipping 1.5 until a year or two ago. This will eventually be deprecated. Please read the word eventually. I wrote that there deliberately. I mean that word. Don't panic. There's also a small number of removal without deprecation. So these are reserved for features that have never been used, as far as we can tell, particularly obscure or duplicative parts of HbbTV2 that with hindsight were probably a mistake to put in the first place. And if we think they were a mistake in the first place, we should probably get rid of them before anybody starts using them. Moving on to the spec group, so 204, next version of the core HbbTV spec. It's aimed at products going on sale in 2024/5. Now, you might think that's a hell of a long lead time, but when you actually work backwards, that's about the best that can be achieved. Somebody who really wanted to might manage to include it in 23, but 24/25 is more likely. And this covers, as I said, some of the 2020 and 2021 requirements. One of the big ones, and we'll be hearing a little bit more about it, about some activity in this area already in next, is access to the tvOS accessibility features, settings, and preferences. We heard yesterday about the accessible EPG from Freeview Play. So this is things like screen magnifier, high contrast UI, response to user feedback on actions. There's a whole set of features that TV operating systems are including for accessibility. We want to make sure that when the user navigates from the TV UI to an HbbTV app, they don't lose all the accessibility features, because that's a bad user experience. So this was covered extensively in a webinar. So you can look in our YouTube channel for a recording of that. So Nigel Moore from Sony, who's been driving this work, gave a presentation on it. The slides are also available. This is particularly relevant given something called the European Accessibility Act that comes into effect in 2025. One thing to note is the HbbTV spec will not require any specific accessibility features. It's about enabling apps to work with features already supported by the tvOS. Second big thing in 204 is voice assistant integration. So Alexa, Google Assistant, et al. So in this model, the HbbTV app on the right will basically announce to the voice assistant, this is what I can support. So that's what's called readiness here. And as the user navigates through the app, it will announce to the voice assistant, this is what I'm doing at the moment, which is called state here. So based on those two, the voice assistant can then basically listen to what the user is saying, maybe send something off into the cloud to have it interpreted. And then that will be communicated back to the HbbTV app as these things called intents. We can also do key press events and text input. So again, ideally, if the user has been navigating through voice, then when they move into the HbbTV app, they don't get a jarring user experience and have to immediately pick up their remote control again. And again, HbbTV spec will not require any voice assistant. Integration with DVBI for linear OTT services, that's another part of 204, particularly enabling your classic red button app to run on a Dash delivered service. So the existing APIs and features will be mapped to broadband and Dash. Most red button apps should be able to work on a DVBI OTT stream service without significant modification. The key are the two words in italics, most and significant, because a 100% perfect mapping is simply not possible. We have some smaller improvements. The web platform update, probably still to be confirmed, but maybe we looking at the relevant APIs, not all of them, just the relevant ones that are in 2021 browsers. Improve support for graphics resolutions better than 1280-720, audio mixing enhancements, notifying if an app becomes hidden so it can choose to stop doing things. IPv6, as I said. I won't go through deprecations of removals. I covered that well enough in the requirements group slide. Other spec updates. So combining of ADB and targeted advertising. People have been talking a bit about ADB, but actually what's commercially relevant is the combination of ADB and TA. So that enables TA where the broadcast is received by the set-top box. We did a webinar on this. References here. You can also find it on our YouTube channel. It was also mentioned briefly in the Varance talk yesterday about targeted advertising using watermarking. OpApps. So we have a session on OpApps later today. Two main themes for the updated OpApp spec. One is learning lessons from the HD+ OpApp experience. We had that in the previous HbbTV Symposium. We'll have a bit more on that from my colleague Ruth later today. There's many small but important details needed for the concept to work. And I would like to thank HD+ and their supplier, Yotta Media, for their input on this, because if we don't learn from what people have done, then you never make anything any better. The second part of this is enabling linking the OpApp with the CI+ CA module. So basically, the user inserts the module in the TV, and the OpApp is installed from the module. And see the Smart DTV and Edato speeches later today. Moving on, supplier evaluation group. So an example of what they've done is the RFP relating to the targeted advertising test cases. So the work ended, did the RFP, got the responses, analyzed the responses, all the commercial stuff that you need to do, and we ended up dividing the work across 4 suppliers, DTG Testing, Eurofins, Fraunhofer Focus, and Ocean Blue. Testing group. So 2021, we had 3 test suite releases, just boringly named 1, 2, and 3. So 3 included just under 3,000 test cases. So this split goes by the specs concerned. So for the core HbbTV spec, we're now up to 91% approval. So Van and the testing group have been working really hard to clear the backlog of unapproved tests with the core spec. We have the OpApp, which is 58% approved and a third still need review. Mostly in the OpApp, those are ones that nobody has ever reviewed. So work needed. TA, on the surface, looks similar to OpApp, a chunk approved and a chunk that need review. The difference with TA is that a lot of them were approved, and then new people start running them who haven't run them before and find problems. So in the TA case, a lot of the need review ones are ones that have been fixed, where the fix needs review, and a lot of the reviewed ones are ones that have been fixed, where the fix actually needs validating, it needs executing, it needs running on a device, that sort of thing. This slide I won't talk to because Vasil showed it already and I haven't got very much time left. Looking forwards on testing, so we have a continual churn of challenges to existing test cases that need to be analysed, fixed, and the fixes reviewed. Now, this does go down over time as a test gets more mature and more people have run it, but it never goes down to zero. We're improving our cloud-based infrastructure. So there are HbbTV provision test servers for some of the TLS-based tests, and we're going to be having daily executed scripts for statistics gathering and report generation. So the sort of thing that would feed a dashboard if we look a little bit further forward. So that work is being done for us by Kyneton. We've had a couple of mentions already about the integration of the web platform tests from the W3C and MSE media playback tests. We've got interesting challenges here about how to make that fit with everything else. So if we end up with a dashboard so that when somebody challenges one of the W3C tests or the MSE tests, then it actually flows all the way through our process and our tools. For the W3C tests, we need to define a subset, a few hundred of, as there are potentially even hundreds of thousands of these. We also need to push the OpApp and the TA tests through to approved. So the never approved OpApp tests need reviewing. Now, I'm going to be running over time. I refuse to apologize, but the last few slides are important. So I am sorry that you're going to be losing a bit of your break. Improving interoperability. We talked a lot about this yesterday. I will focus on the stuff that's new, but there's too much of it to skip. They did a survey about what are the top three interoperability features that you face. So one is it's not always clear which devices pass the available test material in the test suite, and if the ref app runs okay. So if somebody's app doesn't work, okay, we've got a test for that in the test suite, but who knows whether a particular device passed it or not? Probably only the manufacturer, and maybe even not then. There may be test gaps. So one of the test gaps that we persistently find is the integration of the web browser onto the TV operating system. We didn't test that originally. That's why we've got an activity going on. Some issues that people complain about are just beyond anything HbbTV can do. Some manufacturers have made policy decisions that they only enable HbbTV when there's a local broadcaster they can work with. That creates a chicken and egg problem. But again, people, as we heard yesterday, people have to talk to each other. If they don't talk to each other and just give up, then nothing happens. More education. Vasil already mentioned the developer portal. Dash DRM reference app, Vasil mentioned this. What I will add, and this is the bit, and I apologize for running over time, this is the bit that is going to run over time. Sorry, put up with it. HbbTV pays for this app to be run on a receiver zoo and is provided with anonymized results. And I'm going to share some of those with you on the next slide. We've recently updated this to include content protected by PlayReady SL3000. So SL3000 is the highest level of security. It's what's mandated particularly by Hollywood for US originated content. This was initiated by Salto. As I said, and this has been updated, tested on a number of HbbTV TVs and works on some of them. And in some cases, the manufacturer thought it should work, but there was no test content. So as we know, if you don't test something, it won't work in the real world. So in some cases, the manufacturer, I would admit, my company, for example, I believe others are in the similar position. When we got the test content, Salto asked for some test content, HbbTV created the test content, my company went back to our suppliers to make it work. We got a software fix from the suppliers and pushed that software update to the TVs in the field. So guess what? TVs in France have had a software update in response to the activity initiated by Salto. This is being updated to simulate results of server-side ad insertion in Dash. So multiple periods, transitions between encrypted and non-encrypted and so on. It's open, it's freely available. Dash content validator, we've talked about that already. I'm 2 3/4 minutes over. I'll skip that bit. This is the bit that's new that you probably won't have seen before. So this is the anonymized summary of the -DRM reference app results. So on the left, we have a set of TVs that Sophia Digital tested the app on. So DRM. Green has the obvious meaning here. So AVC and HEVC, DRM protected content work on, as you can see, all the models where it was actually tested. So you might have got an incorrect message about HbbTV and DRM yesterday. It works. HbbTV has paid an independent third party to test it. SL3000 is a particularly different issue. These are not SL3000, this will be SL2000. But basic HbbTV -DRM works. What doesn't work, and I'm going to be freely open about admitting our dirty washing, is some of the stuff around subtitles, some of the switching from dash to an advert and back again. Why doesn't this work? Because there's no platform operator who actually forces the manufacturers to make it work. And if there's nobody forcing a manufacturer to make it work, we won't. If we'll try and make it work, but how much time we will invest in bug fixing is limited. Better is audio switching and support for this thing called multiple move MDAT, which is really leading towards low latency dash. So call to action. If your company is an HbbTV member, please come and participate in the working groups and task forces. If you're not and you see something here that's interesting or important, please join and participate. And sorry for going 4.5 minutes over. I did read it through this morning and came up with 15 minutes, but seeing the audience motivated me to say a little bit more. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, John, and thank you, of course, to Vincent before him. So we've heard a presentation from both our chairman and our vice chairman, and we're now going to move on to our next presentation. Now, we were hoping to have Peter McCavick here with us in person. Unfortunately, a little COVID issue means that I'm assuming that Peter's marooned in Switzerland at the moment, and that we will see him on screen in a couple of moments' time with our special publication on HbbTV and accessibility, which Peter is going to talk to us about. Peter, are you there? Oh, there we are. Hello, Peter.
Hello, hello.
I'm very sorry you can't be here with us in person, but I shall clear the stage here and let you deliver your presentation remotely.
Thank you very much indeed. Can colleagues see my first slide? I hope so. I thank you very much indeed, Julia. I'm very sorry I can't be with you today. This is a slight anomaly of the times we live in. In fact, I had tickets and hotels and everything booked, but it was not to be this time, just like IBC, I'm afraid. Nonetheless, I'd like to give you just a very, very brief summary of a document that we in the European Broadcasting Union have just recently published. We have a group of experts who meet regularly and who have been discussing some of the issues around delivering accessibility, particularly in a hybrid environment, and particularly using HbbTV. And we just recently published a report on this particular activity. You'll not be surprised to hear that the document itself and the guidelines and the meat, shall we say, has been developed by those that are very active in the HbbTV front, because in general, the public service media organizations are very active in promoting HbbTV in their respective markets. Accessibility is one of the topics where the public service media organizations, again, are at the forefront of how to deploy services. And this is very much to try and lead those organizations that do use HbbTV down a pathway of producing good quality accessibility. So we've produced a report. Now, reports are generally speaking very dry. I don't know if you like reading reports. It's something I would read just before going to bed, actually, and it's very helpful if you have trouble sleeping. As in addition to doing that, what we thought we would do is also produce a little webinar about this particular event. But before we get to that, what we do is we talk about through the document using audio description, using HbbTV, using subtitling systems, sign language interpretation, audio description. And it goes through a range of different topics. And what we try and do is we try and then and matrix that into a decision tree for each one. If you'd like to do this, here's how you might go about doing it. I won't, the amount of time I have doesn't allow me to go into any detail whatsoever, just to say that the documentation exists. It's available to anybody. And this is a screenshot of a webinar where the meat of the webinar was given by Klaus Merkel, ex-IRT, now of RBB, and who is a recognized expert in this domain. There he is there. He's the guy on the right. The guy on the left is the sign language interpreter that we used for the purposes of making a presentation on accessibility accessible. So the document is available from our website. It's called, very interestingly and engagingly, Technical Report number 65. But in particular, it provides a useful and easily accessible guide to writing and to developing applications for accessibility using HbbTV. I strongly urge you to read it. If you have comments, we have distributed the document and made a point of contacting a number of organizations that are active in this space, but not all, unfortunately, just because we may not know everybody. We're very open to updating, improving, changing, no issues at all. Please, we urge you, if you have comments on the particular issues, come back to us. Otherwise, please enjoy. Julian, back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Peter. And Peter's going to be back with us for one of our panel sessions a little later on in the morning. Now, though, we're going to turn our attention to operator applications, and we've got people to listen to from, amongst others, Smart DTV, also I think Detto and Zatu is where we're going to start with Rachel Mishka and also her colleague Francesca Clayman. They are also joining us via Zoom this morning. Hopefully they will pop up on the screen in front of us in a few moments. This is Paris calling. Rachel, Francesca, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
There we are. Excellent. Morning.
Good morning. Hi. I'm just setting up to share my screen. I hope that works.
And then we will come back from here and maybe give you a few questions from everybody here using the Slido system. So, take it away from Zatu.
Well, thank you, Julian, and thank you for having us. We'll be talking about HbbTV in general, and specifically starting out with the operator app that we built at Zatu on Panasonic TVs, to be specific. And if you have any additional need for information once we're done with this talk, please go and download our white paper on the topic. It will tell you why and how we did things even more than I'll be able to in this talk. So that being said, let's move on and actually look at how the setup of an operator app, or in specific our operator app, would look like on a Panasonic TV. And I know I'm preaching to the converted, because we know that HbbTV and also the standardization that we're doing is a good thing. But in this case, I'm rooting for OpApps even more, because it's the best way of mixing or getting two worlds together. So you have the experience of a set-top box on a device that you don't have to ship, you don't have to maintain. It's already in the home of the user, so it's accepted, they bought it. And they can actually use it like a set-top box without having the hassle of the cables and everything additional. Here we see the user now selecting a source for his TV, which would be IPTV. and then picking our app. In full honesty, HD Plus in real world would be next to our logo, I believe. And then once you're done with this setup, which is fairly quick, assuming users don't read instructions, you're pretty quick with being able to watch TV or look at the app at least. So here we see that we have installed the app successfully. There's the little logo, the little jumpy that goes up and down, and now you can log in or register for the service. And this app will now be available on your virtual HDMI input on your TV at all times. So question is, why did we do that? Well, actually, we looked at the specification. Oh, I missed that one. So if you missed that in the beginning when setting up your TV, you can just go to the app section and then go to the app and install it then. Because we decided that the app that you just saw, the operator app, is the only app that we are offering on those TVs. Of course, we have OTT smart TV apps as well, and also for the older versions of Panasonic TVs. But we decided that because it's the best experience, there will not be a choice to have either or. So the only app that you can get on those Panasonic TVs from 2020 up is the operator app. And we did not receive any negative feedback. So I think that proves a point. It just works. Like it's very intuitive. People find it, people use it. They don't have anything to complain about, which we actually like. And usually the first question we get, I'm sorry if I'm taking any of your questions out of your brain right now, but how long did you take to build that? Well, 2 sprints it was with one engineer, which of course stretched over like a longer period in the calendar, but net time, that would be it. So why was that so fast? Well, because we built that around an existing Panasonic OTT app that we had. So this is only about not building something from scratch, but taking what you have and making it into an operator app. I will not go into all of the things on the checklist. Also regarding time, I know the whole program is a bit of overtime, so I don't want to kill more of that. So actually, there's a bit of preparation. It's good to do one thing pretty early is getting an org ID so that the app can be identified as yours in the service. And that will also work for other operator apps that you will have throughout your success story of operator apps on all of the devices. We were pretty happy that we could get a reference application from Panasonic. Overall, the support on their side was great. So I encourage everyone starting out with operator apps to knock on the door of Panasonic first. Yeah, no rocket science. Dev environment needs to be set up for anything you do usually. You need to package the app because this is actually a downloadable thing on your TV. So that you can access all of the necessary things to take full advantage of the hardware that you're using for that. So that being said, there's a bit of housekeeping you'll need to do when you build an app. So the app start needs to be handled as described, of course, in the specifications. And what's important here is that we actually initialize the API based on the reference example, so we can utilize more buttons on the TV and do other things. So we'll need to basically wipe everything to make sure that we can use it when using it. Another housekeeping topic is the settings. So we'll need to be able to access the settings from our own settings in the app, so the TV settings in this case. So there you will need to build some access to that type of setting, so the TV setting into your settings section. Again, you're building apps, not rocket science. And then, of course, when the user is offline, nothing will work because the core of this app is web hosted. So if you don't have a connection, there's no app to see. So some of the data and some of the text needs to instruct the user to reconnect so they can use the app. Pretty easy. But as we are installing stuff on your TV, on the user's TV, we'll need to make sure that once they don't want the app anymore, we make a clean, a real cleanup and uninstall everything. And also for that, you'll prepare a couple of things to make sure that you are complying with legal obligations. So then, done with the housekeeping. Now this is actually fun. We're claiming more buttons on the remote control. So usually if you have a smart TV app and you press the guide button on a Panasonic TV in this case, you will open up the guide of the Panasonic TV. In our case, we want people, because we are owning this TV now, with the TV experience, we want them to see our guide, which is what you can do when you utilize this button. And also in this case, we have also added the information button for the detail page of content, which you will see in a second. So that is actual benefit from the operator app, but there's the most value, I guess, we get from being able to add HbbTV. Because with the smart TV app, you're not able to. You see streams, but there's no way that you can layer those upon each other, the HbbTV apps upon your screen. So in this case, another button that we're utilizing, we're listening for the red button and then open up the URL that is available for this channel. So in this case, this is a test, full disclosure. This is not built. So if you look at our app on Panasonic TVs, you'll not find this. We'll be looking at it in the future again. But in this case, we've done this, just not on operator apps. And yeah, this is how we bake the set-top box experience with our OTT experience on smart TVs. And Franziska will be explaining how we actually do that with HbbTV on set-top boxes, which is our Android TV box.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. Let me also share my screen now, just a second. Can you see my slides? Perfect. All right. Yeah, thank you. I would like to talk a bit about how we actually implemented HbbTV on our Android TV application. To be precise, in the Android TV for operator tier at Zatu, that's one of our supported platforms. And it's a bit different compared to the normal standard Android TV application. We are currently supporting 3 Google certified platforms or devices from 2 manufacturers. And at the moment, I think 6 of our B2B customers are also offering these devices to their users, including our custom launcher application, which is baked into the experience there. It's Google certified products, and it's actually utilizing all advantages of the operating system as well. For example, the access to all apps on Google Play, and the TV experience is running then within our custom launcher, and it also boots always into the custom launcher and live TV. You don't have to install an extra app. And it's fully customized to the operator's brand look and feel. The custom launcher itself can be described as the intermediate layer between the operating system and the TV experience. Since, as I said, in addition to the normal Android TV apps, we are adding launcher-specific features, access to the system settings, to notifications, and also to all apps on the device. And also the custom launches feature set differs a bit compared to the standard Android TV app that we have. For example, we are adding features like local recordings in Germany, and also user authentication via serial number, and as well, and that's what we did recently or last year, HbbTV. Because we also here own the remote control and the whole experience on the device, we were able to add HbbTV to our custom launcher over a course of approximately half a year. Our team, together with engineers from Fraunhofer Focus here in Berlin, was working on implementing the HbbTV solution within the OTT product on Android TV. Initially, one might doubt the benefits or the additional benefits of HbbTV on a device that's anyhow already connected and capable of running any media library app you can find on Google Play. But of course, there are advantages, and having HbbTV on an Android TV set-top box, the user can access the media libraries, of course, quicker and via only one click, while it would be at least 3 clicks plus the installation, which is another barrier without HbbTV here. If the user would just go into Google Play and install the libraries there. So how did we manage the implementation in our OTT product? As I said, we teamed up with Fraunhofer Focus, who supported us in research as well as with the design of the Android library solution that we then jointly decided to go for. And this solution is acting as the bridge between our custom launcher on the one side and the HbbTV apps on top of it. We first went into a joint research and also got an overview about the currently most supported features within the HbbTV apps that are out there. And based on that, we then defined our minimal viable product, which today basis on the HbbTV 1.5 standard, since this was the most used one at that point in time. We had some workshops, and a couple of weeks later, we got access to the library, which was ready then to be implemented into our launcher by our engineering team here at Zatu. And we took care of the implementation, which includes remote control, key handling, navigation, and of course, the communication between our app and this new library, which you can see here on a very high-level overview. And the main component of that library is the so-called HbbTV Web View, which is the user-facing layer in the end that displays the UI of the opened HbbTV apps. And it's an extension of the Android system web view, which is it's part of any certified Android TV device. So we rely on a component that is available on all of our devices. And besides the pure displaying of the HbbTV apps, the web view implements additional functionalities and JavaScript APIs that were required. And all these APIs are summarized in a single file, the HbbTV polyfill, which is loaded into the web view before launching the HbbTV app. Then there is another main component of the library, which is the lifecycle manager. That part is monitoring and controlling the lifecycle of the running HbbTV apps and acts as kind of a bridge between the web view and the underlying player, which is in our case the EXO player on Android TV. But since there's no direct communication between this web view and the player, the library could be used with other players as well. And what we then had to do was implementing the player interface within our underlying launcher application, and therefore also guarantee communication between HbbTV apps and the player that we use in our app, as I just mentioned, the EXO player. For the user, there is no visible difference between an HbbTV app delivered traditionally via broadcast and our implementation within the IPTV world. We currently support, as I said, features based on HbbTV 1.5. And if a user does not want to use the HbbTV feature at all, it can also, of course, easily be switched off from the settings page within our launcher application. And with every software development, of course, there's room for feature enhancement and improvement. Some of them are listed here. We could imagine support 2.0 in the future. We didn't look into it so far, but that would be, of course, an option. And also offering the feature in our normal Android TV app would, in theory, be possible. However, most Android TV devices come with very simple remote controls, no colored buttons on them. So that would mean actually some additional effort and concepts how to navigate there, but it would in theory be possible. What we did recently was moving away from our MVP in terms of the signaling of the apps. In the first place, we had a kind of a list of URLs of HbbTV apps that we are supporting, and since a couple of months, we now load every URL dynamically, so we can ensure that.
Close, which is a great shame because it's been a fascinating presentation from both yourself and Rachel this morning. Quickly before you go, Rachel, a couple of questions which I really wanted to get in. First of all, Letitia, who I think was involved in our conformance session yesterday afternoon, and she wants to know how close Panasonic followed the HbbTV spec in the OpApp.
As far as I remember, that was pretty close. So there was only supporting documents from Panasonic, but the base that we used for implementation that were actually the HbbTV specifications. So they're true to the idea.
With other manufacturers as well as Panasonic.
We're looking at it. It's not the highest priority on our plate right now, but of course, especially the big ones that offer it, we know about Dell and we know about Samsung, of course. So we're looking into that, and we think it's a great opportunity, but it's not on the top of the list at the moment.
Okay, well, thank you both very much. There are plenty more questions. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to ask them this morning, but thank you very much to both of you, to Rachel and Francesca from Zatu. Now we are going to ask our next speaker, who is Eric Gazzoni. He's from Smart DTV. He's going to be talking about CI Plus and the HbbTV OpApp. Eric, currently in charge of product and partnerships for Smart DTV technology, has been involved in various standardization committees and working groups, and right now he is chairman of the CI Plus LLP board. Eric, off you go.
Thank you, Julian. Good morning, everyone. So today I will talk about HbbTV and CI Plus, and we believe this is the perfect way to offer a direct-to-TV experience, meaning that you have the smart TV in the center of the home and the main display to consume content without any additional devices. Okay, so I think that everybody know that guy. So this is coming from an article in Der Spiegel a couple of months ago, coming from this king of OTT that there is still room of opportunity of improvement in our world, meaning that linear TV still is predominant in our world and will stay longer. So we all know that there is a tremendous shift in our industry to move from linear TV to OTT or to live streaming. This is on the way, but there are still some time to go down. So if you look at how the people consume the content today, so you still a vast majority are consuming content on the big screen using linear TV. As you can see, so this is the numbers in the US, but in Europe, people are still navigated between the linear content and the OTT. So that means that there is a big opportunity to combine the two worlds, and this is why HbbTV, is a key brick in that solution, is how to merge and to combine the two and to enrich, at the end, the user experience. So that's the really key. So the OTT revolution has started, but the broadcast remains part of the game. So how to do that? So we all know that, aggregated content is key, but it's challenging. Meaning that more than 3/4 of the people believe that having broadcast and OTT in a single interface or in a single manner is a way to win the screen. And then, obviously, by having a compelling user experience across different devices is a perfect pitch to appeal to the consumers. And then the idea is to give back the choice to the consumer and how to consume content and let them pick the device they want and not use what is imposed, like for example in the control vertical mode. So how to give them choice? Okay, so we all know that they have access content from multiple devices. Basically, in the vertical world, so in the operator control world, so they have a set-top box, so either on the broadcast world, but also on OTT. So this is a vertical and control offering. And the idea, again, is to merge these two worlds into an hybrid. And we believe, again, that hybrid is really key because broadcast still means something, and broadcast need to be enriched by on-demand content. And then, moving from now is to what we call, a BYD, so bring your own device approach, again, to give the consumer the choice to use their device. So the big question here is how to turn a retail device, an horizontal device into a control device. And this is perfectly the aim of the HbbTV OpApp, is to give the control of an open device to an operator, and then to give the ability of for the consumer to use their own device in their own world. So yes, it is possible. And HbbTV combined with CI+, answer the needs. So why? So HbbTV, brings interactivity, brings operator control in the user interface, and CI+ brings the content security that is lacking on the TV today because of the various conditional access supplier and the various way to protect the content on the linear TV and especially on the broadcast. So we believe, again, that this is the perfect bundle in the best hybrid experience. So what are the benefits for the user? Because the user needs to be at the center of your believing today. Again, it's to provide all the content that it likes into a single device, into an easy way to consume content in the same place. And then the ability to consume content whenever you want and what he prefers. Having a single remote control, this is really key. No additional remote control, no additional cable, no boxes, no external devices. And then, which is, really important nowadays, is to be green. And this is also a way, by removing additional devices, this is a way to reduce consumption, electricity at home. This was for the final user, but what about the operators? Because, again, everybody in the value chain need to get a benefit. So for the operators, this is a new way to push each brand to customers and to reach customers that without this smart TV implementation, you will not reach. Drastically, again, by using the consumer device, then this is a drastically reduction of the acquisition cost to get a new subscriber. Again, the idea is to whatever device the consumer has, there will be a consistent and homogeneous user experience across those devices. With CI+, again, so this is the way to control in a secure manner the content. And then this is also a new opportunity for operators to do a co-branding, co-partnership with TV vendors in order to enter into a win-win scenario where, I mean, everybody gets a piece of the cake. So a snapshot on what's smart TV. I mean, smart TV today, with the power of smart TV, I mean, it's really close to a set-top box. So there is a powerful chipset. Everything, I mean, in terms of codec and display, I mean, is up to date. It includes, I mean, application, everything that a set-top box, an operator set-top box can provide. But there are still missing, I mean, what we call operator control. I mean, the way to control the user experience, the way to control the content usage, and the way also to protect control. So this is missing on the smart TV today. CI Plus is a way to, I mean, to reach that gap and to provide this operator control into an open device that is like a smart TV. Okay, CI Plus and HbbTV manage the full hybrid TV experience without any leak into the security. The TV also, I mean, the operator can control, thanks to the HbbTV operator app, the operator can control the TV user experience. And then again, on the security, I mean, there is no need or no way for a TV vendor to implement different flavors of conditional access, that everything is in the external device, in the CI Plus device. So again, HbbTV and CI Plus is a way to answer that need. Again, before or still again, there is still a balance between the cost and the quality of service. So here, by combining the two worlds, there is no need to do that choice again. Full hybrid experience, I mean, coming from the live broadcast, this is still, again, the only way and the only reliable way to reach quality of service by using broadcast live content. The idea is to enrich that live content into with on-demand content, with streaming content. And then this is also an easy path to migrate for a pure one-way linear consuming content into a full IP content by providing catch-up, start over, a new additional streaming content. And that avoid also to invest into a costly CDN infrastructure that need to be, I mean, a frame to the maximum of user at the same time. Having the control back on the user experience. So this is the way, again, with HbbTV based on HTML5 to maintain and to keep the same user experience across different devices, whatever it is, so from set-top box to smart TV to mobile. CI Plus also, I mean, beside or beyond the way to protect content, CI Plus is a perfect trigger of discovery, because one thing that we haven't discussed much today is how to discover a service. Today, so you have app stores where thousands of services are there, and for the consumer, it's very difficult to get access to that. Having a tiny, small device that can be plugged into a TV and advertise the operator content, this is a really key for an operator to highlight the content to the customer. And then return subscriber, meaning that you want to control the subscriber, that the subscriber will not go far away from your content. Security, as I said, so CI Plus is, has been approved by the CIGO. So this is really key in terms of security. So that take control of everything that is needed in terms of watermarking, fingerprinting, and HDMI, everything that can trust. Also, this is also a way to trust applications that are running on the TV. So again, we believe that CA Plus and Smart TV is really a winning combo. Meaning, again, in terms of green impact, this is really key. Energy savings, so no extra devices. HbbTV, easy way to have a common user interface. And at the end, so as we saw with Zatu and the others, so to migrate for an existing application into an HbbTV OpApp, the effort is not big. Takeaway, broadcast linear, as you can see, today, so they are still not dead, still prevalent. Smart TV and HbbTV, is a way to provide this missing link that was there before. And pay TV operators can get the same set-top box experience on those TVs, meaning faster, less integration, cheaper, less complexity, less capex, and cooler, because at the end, let the consumer prefer that device. So again, we heard that for many years, set-top box, cam are dead, linear TV is gone, but it's never a done deal until it's done deal. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Eric. I'm just wondering, before you go, we had a question in via slide, and your last one slide kind of pointed to this. This combination of CI Plus and HbbTV, does that go some way to extending the life of the TV set? Because we all know that set-top box and what's inside them seems to change a lot faster than at least the television set before the world of smart TV.
Definitely. The way that, the security and the control, is outside the TV. And we all know that, the lifetime of the TV is very long. That's the way also to upgrade in case of security, but also in case of a new application that can be sent through that CI Plus device.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I must say, on my own television set, my last one, I think it lasted for about, I'm probably not typical at all, am I? But 12 years, I think my last TV set lasted, but with countless set-top boxes, which were constantly being changed underneath. Anyway, it's time for another double act for you now. I'd like to welcome Juha Joki from Sophia Digital and Mikhail Willemsen from Airdetto. The topic is keeping with the CAM module and the operator application with respect to monetizing it all. Juha has many years of experience in DVB and HbbTV technologies, and also Mikhail is here as well. He joined Airdetto 1996, initially as a liaison officer for various joint ventures and cooperations aimed around really developing products on the DVB standard. So, gentlemen, off you go.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Michiel Willemsen. I'm sorry about the harsh sound in my name. It's Dutch. But if you call me Michael, Michael, Michalis, I'm also perfectly fine with that.
My technique is to say it quickly, then people might not notice if you get it wrong.
My normal responsibility is the account management for a number of key accounts in Airdetto. And my objective today is to explain to you how we believe that we can accelerate the adoption of HbbTV OpApps. We'll be looking at a number of challenges that come with HbbTV and what we've done about that. Right. Many of us understand the benefits of HbbTV OpApps. A consistent user interface across a large number of consumer-owned video devices, nicely harmonized with the look and feel of maybe the high-end set-top box that you have already deployed in the field. We've seen some great examples in the last couple of days of HbbTV OpApps, and we know of references that are already active in the field. Now, apart from the fact that HbbTV OpApp is maybe not supported on all TVs yet at this point in time, we have looked at the point beyond that to see what kind of challenges come on your road and how we can smooth that path. Now, if you develop a normal set-top box, you select the hardware, you define what it should look like, you define what it should do, you have it built by a manufacturer, you test the software so that you are happy with the results and your consumers are happy with the performance of that set-top box. But if you have an HbbTV OpApp, all of a sudden you don't have to deal with one manufacturer, but you have to deal with a whole range of manufacturers, at least 7 main manufacturers in the industry that you would have to deal with. And on top of that also comes the responsibility to test that OpApp with a range of models within the ranges of that particular manufacturer. So that gives quite a spaghetti here, and I think we've seen this slide before yesterday. Now, this is of course not unique, because if you develop an application on a smart TV, a native application, you're looking at a similar challenge. So at HbbTV, we looked at how we could actually improve that, and it proved that we have to step in. We have to actually take over the work on the legal part and on the commercial side, so that the operator is not involved in that kind of a challenge anymore. And at the same time, we take on board the responsibility for testing and certifying the application. Now, in the HbbTV market, we primarily deal, of course, with pay media operators, and this means that encryption and decryption is at play for us. And as we are really in love with the boxless solution that an HbbTV OpApp is about, we specifically looked at the CI Plus device to see what kind of role it could play in this environment. Now let's have a look at the CI Plus device. Now, first of all, the CI Plus device is a managed device, which means that we can update the software throughout its life cycle. And even beyond that, we can update the microcode in the chip, which is far beyond what you could do with a normal TV, where the support normally drops after the 1 or 2 year warranty of the television set. The CAM supports DRM and conditional access, so it is fit for a hybrid environment. The CAM has storage on board, and this means that you can host your OpApp on the CAM itself. And it also means that you're not dependent on an internet connection, because it will launch from the CAM and does not rely on the internet connection. The CAM installation procedure and the HbbTV OpApp procedure can be joined, can be united, so that you have one procedure installing both. On top of that, the development of the OpApp is something that your teams are probably not waiting for. The teams in a typical pay TV operator have a busy program supporting or even developing new set-top boxes, so it's not instantly possible. Now, while developing OpApps, as we heard in one of the previous presentations, is not a giant step from developing applications on a native TV or on a set-top box, still your development teams will be busy with other work, and they will not have the time to do that quickly. So we took it one step further, and we built the generic HbbTV OpApp. It has the features on board that you would typically expect from a non-connected set-top box or a connected set-top box, and new features are being added all the time, depending on the possibilities from the underlying platform. And as you will understand, if some of the features are dependent on, for example, CI Plus 2.0, they will be added later. But currently, we have the basic set of features implemented. And of course, you can create your own OpApp for sure. And in that particular case, the HbbTV generic OpApp will act as a sample or a reference platform during your development work. As referenced earlier, HbbTV assumes the operator role, clearing the path to a smooth introduction. We also host the operator application as part of our service. And this means if you have a mixed base of connected TVs and non-connected TVs, you still can have all the TVs that support the OpApp actually execute the OpApp. And as the CI Plus cam is a managed device, we can also update the OpApp through the normal update procedures that we have in place for the CI cam. So your OpApp that is actually in a non-connected scenario will still get updates and will still be in line with your online OpApp, so to say, using the update procedures of the cam. In summary, installed from the cam and no need for an internet connection. But of course, if there's an internet connection, that's great, because in that case, your OpApp will actually update from the hosted server and by a data. The installation procedure is merged with the CAM installation procedure and just requires 3 simple confirmations from the user to launch. And since the OpApp is a part of the CAM, you don't have any onboarding. You don't need a username and password. The CAM is a managed device, so it is actually controlled by the operator. There's no separate login is actually necessary. Now, on the technical side, Juha will step in here and explain a little bit about the way that this was done. Sophia Digital here is our software development and testing partner.
Yes, thank you. My name is Juha Joki. Some of you might remember me from yesterday. I'm still the same person. And yes. So the challenge was to build an operator app that would fit in the AFS, the auxiliary file system inside the CAM, so to enable this non-connected approach that Irteto is pushing here. And we decided to build this application then from scratch using a Vue framework. It's a fairly modern framework that enables programmers to build really compact operator apps, and our file size is really low, and most of the file size is graphics and so on to get some good-looking stuff in the AFS. And it's launched normally, as we have heard many times, from the operator. The operator app is launched from the source input source selection of the TV, and we were lucky to get this running on more than one platform launched from the CAM. So this was a new development for everyone involved in this project. And the nice thing is it's also using a lot of the SAS protocol. So there is a command format that we are sending the messages through the SAS and then getting replies from the CAM, and we can utilize that also to control the behavior of the application and even load some new advertisement banners and so on. So this was something that I hadn't done before and hadn't seen before. So this is a new one thing. And the previous presentation said how long it took. So we built this from scratch, completely new to enable fast and compact size. So it took, let's say, around 3 months of one programmer doing it part-time, and me as the project leader and manager of the whole system. So it was a fun project, and it's not completely done yet, but we hope to show it at IBC, but that's not possible, but perhaps next year. Thank you.
So I hope we have been able to explain the benefits of combining the HbbTV OpApp with a CI Plus CAM. Now, of course, the CI Plus 2.0 device is around the corner, and this provides you with another additional benefit, we believe. It's a form factor that is much more recognizable for the end user, and more importantly, I believe this form factor actually is more fit for a promotional campaign by the marketing departments of the operator. In short, we believe that the OpApp combined with the CI Plus device truly is a device that is, powerful, simple, compact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to both of you. Quick question for you, Mikhail. Martin Hafner has asked this one on Slido. Do the Erdetto OpApps support the red button functionality on all of the platforms? Hopefully it's on. Does it work?
Is it on? Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah. all working.
Yes, it does. Yes. Yeah, I have to refer to Juha for the technical explanation there, but my understanding is that if you're in an HbbTV OpApp and you press the red button which is associated with the channel, that particular HbbTV application will come up, and if you exit it, you go back into the HbbTV OpApp.
The one advantage I see, just a casual user at home, is if your internet dies, the fact that the app is on your little stick, and rather than in the having to pull it in over the internet, then presumably you can be diverted to DTT or some other system to get you at least a few channels until the internet's back up and running.
Yeah, since it launched from the CAM, it is not dependent on the internet. It will actually work. Yeah.
And from personal experience, that does happen from time to time. Well, thank you both very much for the combined presentation there. One more presentation to come before lunch today. Not lunch, sorry, getting ahead of myself there. One more presentation to come before coffee. And that is going to be from Ruth van Leerker from TP Vision. And she's going to be telling us how TP Vision has helped HD Plus in implementing their OpApp on TV sets. And that certainly was a nice little surprise for those of us who kind of associated HD Plus with satellite services beforehand. So I'm quite interested to hear about this. Ruth.
Good morning. I'm Ruth van Leerker from TP Vision, and I will be talking to you about the HD Plus OpApp development trajectory that we have been doing in the last year. For this, I will first introduce you to our company a bit. I will talk about the OpApp, the project actually itself, but I will spend most of my time talking about the bilateral agreement, because this is a part which is described in the HD Plus spec, but I want to give some more insight in what it actually means. Our company, TPV, is specialized in all kinds of display solutions. The origin of the company is the monitor business, but in the later years, this got extended with televisions, mobile phones, and tablets. We are 30,000 employees worldwide, hence we really are a global player. Our products are actually both own-branded, like the Philips branded TVs under the TP Vision company, but also we do development and product and manufacturing for other brands. To successfully develop an HbbTV operator application, there really needs to be a structural cooperation between the manufacturer and the operator. Especially if you want to make it a seamless user experience, you need to have deeper integration, which means, for instance, that to install the OpApp, you need to see where it fits into the flow of the TV installation. Like for example, for HD Plus, you need to have there's precondition to have a natively installed satellite list already present in the TV before you can do the installation of the operator app. So all of the above is described in the bilateral agreement between the manufacturer and the operator. Before we step into the details, let's first have a look at the difference between a regular HbbTV app and an HbbTV operator app. A regular HbbTV app allows for the broadcaster to give access to interactive TV services to the user. Typically, this is launched from a specific channel using the red or the blue button, while an operator app actually allows for a much more complete user experience. The operator is able to show his UI on the TV, and there are also way more links that the remote control keys directly give access to the operator application. For instance, when pressing the EPG, the OK key, the zapping keys, all of this will directly bring the user to the OpApp application. A bit more about our company. We strongly believe in horizontal market development. One serves all, which means that customers from all over Europe are able to buy the same TV set. We do this by making use of open industry standards, but also by avoiding hardware dependencies, for instance, linked to the DVB conditional access. Our platforms now I'm referring to Philips specifically, our platforms from high-end 5000 series to high-end OLED series are based upon different development platforms. Some are Linux-based, while others are Android-based. On average, we have around 4 different platforms to cover all of our TV models for 1 year. And one platform has an average lead time of around 9 to 12 months to develop. Hence, to start off a project like integrating the HD+ OpApp into our TVs, we needed to determine the stakeholders. I'll come back to the stakeholders on the next slide. Also, we needed to find the correct development platform. So for this, we actually looked at the capabilities of our different platforms, but also at the timeline of the platform, and we found a match in our Android high-end TVs. Then started actually the task of laying out the bilateral agreement. So there are 2 big blocks in a bilateral agreement. One part is more the commercial side of things, where you discuss about where to position the app or the icon, the entry for the app, also how to introduce it to the market and how to do the marketing. Other aspects, like the more technical parts, are mainly handled by R&D teams, where you discuss about requirements, performance, expectations, and security aspects. I refer to the stakeholders. So for this project, we actually worked really closely together with HD+ as an operator and Yotta as an OpApp development company. Internally, we worked closely together with MediaTek, our SOC supplier for this platform, but also the different R&D teams, which are globally spread because they are located in Xiamen, Bangalore, Taipei, and Ghent. Hence, in times of COVID, this is I would say, a challenging setup to manage. I mentioned that I will be talking about the details of the bilateral agreement because the HbbTV spec describes all of this in quite a lot of detail, but I want to give some insight in what it actually means in an actual product. So first big block is about business terms. First, we think of quality assurance. How do we assure that both the HbbTV OpApp and the TV work as expected? So here, testing is really crucial. In a multi-site setup, as you have seen, it's very crucial to test good and to organize this also very well. So for this, you really need to make agreements about who will test what and how to test. Also, test coverage needs to handle multiple aspects. Functional integration, stability, and performance requirements all need to be handled. Software updates makes us think about how we're going to do a software update for both the TV and the OpApp without breaking anything for an end user. And branding is about how to represent the OpApp to the end customer. A second big block is about the application aspects. While application provisioning talks about the preconditions for the OpApp to run into the TV, like for instance, the size it will take into the TV, whether or not it needs network connection. The application framework actually describes the behavior of the actual OpApp. Here we have a very important part, the description of the first-time installation, because the easiness of this will determine whether or not a user will actually install the OpApp. And of course, that's the aim. We want to attract customers to start using the OpApp. Also, the launching of the OpApp is discussed in this part. For instance, if you press the EPG key, you need to define exactly where this key will take you, to which screen. And error handling is also part of this block. A last big block is about security scope and capabilities. Security, there you describe how to handle authentication of the OpApp in the installation process and how to exchange and manage the certificates. The scope of the operator app is also crucial and also takes a lot of time to work out because, as we've been saying, the operator app allows for the operator UI to be shown on the TV. Of course, it does this with replacing some of the native TV UI. So you need to decide which elements are still handled within the TV and which elements are actually handled by the OpApp. Same for the key handling. which keys are actually being forwarded to the OpApp and handled there locally, and which keys are still handled by the native TV. For instance, your volume will always be handled by the TV. Terminal capabilities describe the channel list management and the potential use of optional APIs. Like in any project, we also experienced some difficulties. The biggest challenge for this project was actually working under COVID restrictions because we could not travel and we could not have face-to-face meetings. As a workaround, we kind of spent a lot of time talking to our PCs and phones in alignment telcos and virtual one roofs. Nevertheless, it's not so optimal, and we did lose time, especially in establishing a first-time requirements baseline, but also in the debugging of real system issues, where you need people from different teams and different time zones. This is challenging. Also for our company, it was the first time that we were actually integrating an OpApp. So the establishing of the first-time requirements baseline was quite crucial, since it allowed us to match our expectations with the one of the operator. This got written down, and this is then the basis for the creation of test material and also the handling of security aspects. And next to the fact that it was the first time of doing an OpApp development, it was also for us the first time when we used an embedded CA system. Hence, our SOC supplier, MediaTek, they also worked quite closely together with Nagra for this whole project. When the maturity was reached, we could introduce it to the field. This platform actually was already launched in June, so first models were already available in the field, while the HD+ enabled software was only available in October. Hence, we did the introduction in a staged way to control it better and to avoid the risks. How did we do this? First, we put the software available on IP pool. This means that customers who are actively looking to update their TV sets with the latest software are able to download it and to get access to the feature. When a certain threshold is reached, so when we actually are sure that the software is reliable, we also put this on IP push, and hence it's made available for people who have a connected device. Also, a third step, which is done in parallel, is that you put the software in running production, so people can also get it off the shelf. Some lessons learned, which we found important for this project. We really tried to stay as close to the HBB standard as possible. And we see a gain in this for both the manufacturer and the operator. From manufacturer's side, it will allow us to integrate in an easier way future versions of OpApps or from other operators. But also from the operator side, they really appreciated to work with us because also it made them take a step back because HD+ has done quite a lot of projects already with other brands. But we really made them think about how does HbbTV standard describe this, and we really also made them avoid the usage of proprietary solutions. So they really also are happy with this project. The whole project was done with open and direct communication, which really helped to build a trust relationship. Of course, tooling like they were offering on Slack or Jira or Confluence, these things are helping in the communication in a COVID, in the world with COVID. And the last point I want to mention is the clever usage of test setups. In a multi-site development, this is also crucial because almost none of our development sites actually have access to the native footprint of the satellite, being Astra 19.2 in this case. So we automated the stream capturing and also the distribution of this. So every team could work within their own time zone to handle the issues, to do testing, or to debug some issues. As a conclusion, I want to say that we are really proud that we could make this a successful project in spite of COVID. And we have done the difficult work of integrating a first OpApp. So now we are actually looking for new engagements. So please feel free to come talk to us.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ruth. Just one quick question with a nod to Jan, who's asked a semi-related one on Slido. I noticed that I think it was June, you said, when the first TVs were introduced, the app, not a few months later.
Yes.
So you haven't gone, if you like, back in time to say make sure that people can use the OpApp on, I don't know, a TV set which is 2 years old, 3 years old.
No, we have not done this effort because this platform specifically was a new development platform which was launched in June, while I mentioned the fact that we are using multiple development platforms in a year. This was a new platform, so we couldn't just backport it to an older one.
Okay, so to ask Jan's question almost as he wrote it, he says to cover all the Philips TV sets in MediaMarkt, I assume the store, not how many OpApp projects does that then take? Is it just one basically at the moment to cover all those in store, and you do another one as new models come online in years to come?
Every of these development platforms actually would require a new project.
Okay.
Of course, if there's, this was now an Android platform, so if we have to do a next Android platform, it will be quite easy, as we already have the experience. But for instance, if we would have to do it on a Linux-based platform, then this would require more effort, because then you will be working with potentially another SOC supplier. So yeah, it's not just that one serves all there. It's not so simple.
Never as simple as you think it is. Ruth, thank you very much indeed. And thank you as well to all of our OpApp speakers this morning. It is time for coffee. We will be back on schedule, if I can ask you to return at 12:13. Don't forget, there are two sides where you can have coffee. You can go over there. If you haven't been so already, you might discover some new exhibitors. If you've been over there previously, have a look over the other side. Enjoy your coffee, and we'll be back at 12:13 precisely. a bit's time, really. Before that, we are going to have our next session on innovation in HbbTV apps. In order to look after that, I'm going to introduce the chair of the Marketing and Education Working Group for HbbTV and also employee of Mediaset. It's Angelo Patazzi. Angelo.
Thank you very much, Julian. Good. We are here for the next session about innovation in HbbTV application. We have a very long panel with 6, 7 presenters. One presentation is from 2 people, and we have Media Distillery, Kineton, Nagra, Fraunhofer, Fincons with Retency, and OBS. Good. We can then start with the first speaker, and I would like to invite and to welcome, join me in welcoming Martin Prince. Martin, please. So, Martin, yeah, that's nice. You have the clicker.
Where are my slides?
The clicker is there, and the slide should be online. Yeah, there. So Martin is head of product at Media Distillery, an Amsterdam-based startup specialized in using AI to understand what is inside a video. With an RD background in streaming and broadcast media, Martin is responsible for Media Distillery Deep Understanding platform, and which helps video service provider to make sure viewers find content they are interested in. Thank you, Martin. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Angelo, and thank you everyone for being here. And yeah, special thanks for HbbTV for having this event. I'm really impressed by how it's organized, and I think it's a pretty nice event. I don't see my own slides yet, so I'm asking the...
I think you have there.
Oh, there. Okay, I'll go back. So, Angelo, thanks for the nice introduction. My name is Martin Prince. I work at Media Distillery. I lead the product development there. I used to, in my previous career, I used to also be participating in HbbTV. So some of the things I recently saw during the last few days, I've been working on, but it was really like 4 years ago. So that's been also for me been great to see what HbbTV has developed in. So in my talk, I want to talk a little bit more about how we can enhance HbbTV video experiences by having a better understanding of video. A little bit about Media Distillery, because some of you may not know the company yet. Media Distillery is an Amsterdam-based company. We're about 30 people strong. And we specialize in improving video experiences for video service providers such as broadcasters, operators, and OTT video players. We do this by getting a better understanding of video and audio. So we analyze audio and video. We all do this in real time to try to get meaningful information out of the video, because video often is still a black box. Just a little bit of a track record to get an idea about on what scale we work. We process about 30,000 hours of video each day, every day. We process this in real time. We are active in a lot of countries already in Europe. And with our product services, we improve video experiences for already 30 million households across Europe and across Latin America. A quick throwback, the last time I was present at an HbbTV event, that was in 2018. I think it was Berlin when there was the last event, at least where I attended. And at that time, I talked about the big buffet of video services. So this is not about the food in Germany. This picture is about, there's a lot to choose from. There are a lot of video services out there. And you need to make sure as a video service, so as a broadcaster or operator, that your experience is nice. Because if your viewer doesn't like what he gets, he will choose something else. And so when I prepared this presentation today, I started to looking into where do we stand today. So the last time I was here, it was 2018. What happened in the last three years? So what I really like to see is what I already mentioned, is that the DVB, TA, and ADB, so the application discovery of a broadband, those specifications are coming alive. And for me, that's really nice to see, something I worked on many years ago. It's really good to see that's being adopted. So I'm really, also what I heard yesterday with the adoption of the DVB-T that was really good to hear. We also see that 4K or Ultra HD has become a commodity. That was, I think, Omdia already mentioned it yesterday as well. It's still a bit of debate. What do we consider 4K? But for many viewers, they just get it out of the box at home. So for them, it's just, yeah, it's there. I don't need to do anything special for it. We also see even more video services. These are just like the familiar big brands. I think what Omdia explained yesterday, like there are more than 3,000 services out there. So the buffet that we had in 2018 has become even bigger for the consumer. There's a lot more content to choose from. And what we also see is that broadcasters are approaching different strategies, right? To see in this competing market, there's a lot of competition on eyeballs. How can you make sure that you still deliver the value to the viewer? We see, and this has also already been part of the past 2 days, the viewer habits are changing, right? People come from a world where live TV was the predominant thing. It still is, and it will be. But there's also a lot of new on-demand viewing. There's a lot of catch-up and replay viewing. But we also know that viewers also want short-form content, right? The popularity of YouTube, popularity of TikTok and Instagram show that viewers have way more expectancies on how to consume video. And we also see that how people discover content is changing. I will not go over the entire graph. I just what I want to relay, or what I conveyed from this message, in people have a lot of different ways to discover content or to decide how to watch content. And if you look at the oldest age group, there about 50% of discovery is done by just flipping channels and going to the EPG. Well, if you look at the youngest audience, it's only half of that. So this is also important for, as a video service, keep in mind that your audience is evolving, and the younger audience has way different expectancies or way different needs in how they discover content. So that brings us to some of the challenges viewers face and the things we try to help our customers with. For instance, images are really important aspect in discovery of content, and a lot of platforms still have the stock images, which are not really appealing, but also don't really help the viewer make the decision on what to watch next, and that leads to unnecessary long browsing time. Another big problem that we see, that we identified, is that people search for something and they get 0 results. Basically, even when they know the content is there, for instance, from a football match, or your favorite VIP person was in the news, you cannot find him or her. So that means you will go elsewhere. So you will go to YouTube, you go on the web. So you lose those customers. And related to my previous slide, a lot of the UI, UX do not always meet the expectations of the viewer. It's still maybe focused on the grid, not a lot of visual elements. It does not always help the viewer in the best possible way to get to the content they want to watch. And this is where we come into the table. So we have developed a platform where we analyze video, audio, video. It can be live, can be broadcast, can be podcast in real time. And we try to basically unbox the black box, because video and audio, they are a black box. We try to get a lot of information that is in the video by doing audio-visual recognition. This diagram shows a bit of what type of detections you could do. And based on this information, we try to create information that an operator or broadcaster can improve their services with. Could be accurate start and stop times for programs, could be chapter markers, could be appealing images, or other kinds of topic-related metadata. I will dive into some of the cases, and these are some real-life examples, and show what we do with it and how this can be applied. The first example is appealing images. So what I already explained, a lot of video services still have stock images, where for each episode you have the same image. What we try to do is to make sure that for each episode you have an episode-specific image, but also allow you to personalize, so that the viewer always has a good idea about what the content is about and can help them make the right choice for their content. Just to give a small glimpse of how we do this, I will not go into the description in detail, but we've built a lot of pipelines with a lot of AI tools where we try to pick the best images in an automated way. So we build a system and we train the system to make sure that we can get images out of the video stream and make sure we can detect the elements you want to keep, for instance, faces, and you need to make sure that the eyes are open and that it looks in a really appealing way, but also to make sure that you can exclude visual elements that people do not like to see. For instance, subtitles or text elements that are in the video, or coding artifacts that may be part of the video, or logos that you want to remove. So we have developed, and we brought this live earlier this year with Telenet. Telenet is a Belgian operator. The example on the right shows you a bit of a screenshot I took when we brought it live. So the top row still presents the images that were stock, that what Telenet had as default, and the below ones are the ones that we created out of the video. And you already see a big difference in what the content represents. Instead of having a camera, which is meaningless for the viewer, we can see already which guests are appearing on the show. We now do this continuously. We provide 3,000 images per day for all the programming. And we see that it works quite well. And we can also do it for live programs where currently you don't have any images at all, because for a live show you don't know what the content will be about. But we also see that there's a lot of criteria that determine or might influence what is a good image, because in the end, image is really like how you personally interpret it. So it could be that some people would like faces more, some people like to know a little bit more about the topics. And this is also where we started to look a little bit more into the contextual side of things, such that we can always offer a broad palette of images that can be used for personalization as well. A different example that we are working a lot on is topic detection in the video. And this is an example you see on the left. There's a lot of information in the video that you currently can't have. So for instance, we saw Elon Musk, we saw a rocket. You might have text that conveys a lot of information. And we try to get that out of the video. And if you have this information, you can also improve a lot of content discovery use cases like search, because we can add a lot of information that up until today you cannot find in video. We make sure that the content can be found. And what type of content are we talking about? We don't talk about analyzing content where you already have good descriptions. So for Game of Thrones or other high quality content, you already have great synopsis, a lot of information. We're talking about a lot of programming where you can't have the information. That's what we call non-scripted live. That could be news shows, that could be an actuality show, sports shows, all types of programming where you don't know in advance what will be in there. And we try to develop a few models where we try to see, can we detect the topics in a video? And the video on the right shows an example of some of the things we can detect based on a POC we did on 4 English channels. Oh, there's audio. I'm not sure if the audio can be enabled. So currently we don't hear audio, but basically what you see in the image is the type of topics we detected by means of analysis of the audio and the information we saw in the screen. And we see that for all kinds of programming we can detect a lot of information. And what we saw, it works quite well. We saw that for the 2 out of the 3 main topics in a news show, we could find those topics reliably. And we also saw that for 75% of programs we added metadata for, we saw that we added topics that were not in the traditional metadata. So we added a lot of new information that can be used to find and discover content. We also found that we could identify breaking news. So we didn't train for anything, but we found certain car crashes happening, and that popped up as results as well. But we also saw some challenges, like if you use speech analysis, speech is noisy by nature, so you need to make sure that you can filter those types of information. And these types before I jump on to my last example, what we saw with the topic detection, that's not just only for content experiences, you can also see it being used for targeted advertising. As we can detect the topics in a video and know what's happening when, you can enable contextual advertising. So that's also something we are looking in right now, and it might be also be interesting for people working on the HbbTV targeted advertising. The last example I want to show is chaptering. Let's see if I can get it working. So what you see in the video is that we try to add chapter markers which allow people to jump to the parts they are interested in. You might already know this from YouTube or where you have content chaptering. but that's done by hand, manually annotated, so content creators can create their own chapters. What we try to do is automate the process. So I automatically try to find the start and stop of a chapter, such that you can add it to video services. And again, where we see this, where this adds a lot of value is in news, sports, talk shows, and actuality programs. So this is basically where we train models, try to detect when does a topic start, when does a topic end, so you can add this as chapter markers to your programming. We're doing this in a test with an operator right now, and we're bringing this live. So I do not have the real results yet on how the viewer interacts with it, but technically it's definitely possible. And now we're going to see what it brings to the viewer. I missed one slide a bit. One part I still want to explain here is that the adding chaptering is something that you need to have a good discussion about with the content owners. Because some content owners say, I do not want my viewer to skip content. While on the other hand, you already know that if people don't like what they are watching and they cannot easily go to the topic they care about, they will look elsewhere. So that's also the discussions we have, and we really also have a lot of conversations with broadcasters to see this as something that can help them remove some viewer frustrations while making sure that people can find the content they care about. So to wrap up, there's a lot of great content to choose from, but people cannot always find it in an easy way. And what we see is that a lot of improvements in the content discovery or in playback can be done in an automated way using AI. And I think the great part of the things we do is that it can be done in HbbTV apps. So what you saw in examples, that those can easily be applied to in an HbbTV setting. So I think there's a lot of gains to be made. That was my talk. If you want to know more, please come at the next break, visit our booth, and me and my colleague Christos will be happy to tell you more about what we can do for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much. Very nice, very interesting. I think we are going to have some questions later. Please use Slido for asking questions. We are going to have a Q&A session after all the presentations. Our next panelist is Agnello Saulino. Nello, please come in. Agnello is Head of Development of Media Application at Kineton. Passionate about technology, Nello joined Kineton since its foundation. He started his journey creating the Kineton's HbbTV development framework. The passion for technology and innovation development processes led Kineton to become a leader in the development of media application. Nello is going to present HbbTV application performance enhancement. Please, Nello, it's up to you.
Thank you, Angelo. Thank you, everybody. I'm honored to be here today on this stage. Kineton has been developing HbbTV applications since 2017. It begins with a simple index HTML file with a classic hello world displayed on the screen. In 2018, Kineton produced an HbbTV application which passed all the application certification stages, and so it's eligible to go live. It was a video streaming application which added more contents to the ones the broadcaster scheduled. It's a turning point from every perspective you can imagine. Today, applications developed by Kineton have grown in quality and time to market, going outside the national borders. This goal is not a simple technological progress. It's something that is related to a deep study, to a coordinated work, and also to a single constant question. How can we do this better? What happened between 2017 and 2018, and also in the following year, has been that we understood that HbbTV is not just a simple standard, but it's surely a great way to implement the brilliant idea behind this technology, watching TV differently. The market fragmentation not just for specific vendors or for the HbbTV, the different HbbTV versions, but also for different families that belong to the same manufacturer, has given rise to a need. A single way of creating HbbTV applications. So that Kineton started developing a set of tools that would be helped developers limit the issues the different platforms brings with them. We started by creating a JavaScript library that became a bridge between the terminal and our front-end application. This way, all different methods and behaviors of the different HbbTV version will be tamed. We called it Altair. The next step was to create a framework that would provide a set of off-the-shelf components and have some common logic to the HbbTV applications. We had 2 ways to go. The first was to use vanilla.js JavaScript to create and manage the UI. The second was to use a solid UI library to make the job easier, which is the second way in which we created a framework based on React.js by Meta, and we called it Antares. We consider Antares as a framework because it doesn't just expose components, but it has some logic that we will see together shortly. Here's what Antares manages. The most important thing Antares handles is the focus management. It implements both spatial and imperative focus. Spatial navigation is a focus management that allows developers not worry about which the next focusable component is. In this example, if the user presses the right button, which button will receive the focus? When the application starts, Antares builds a focus tree. And all the components which can be focusable are inserted into Antares. This focus tree contains also the distance among the components. So when the user presses the right button, the nearest component in that direction will receive the focus. When the focus tree has been created, every component is augmented with a focus key property. The imperative navigation allows programmers to programmatically focus a component with a certain focus key. Antares exposes also ready-to-use components, like, for example, lists, both vertical and horizontals, and also grids, and also scrollable text area. Every component is created in order to avoid one of the biggest problems of React, re-rendering. Here's how React works. React uses a virtual DOM, which is a virtual structure over the DOM. Every node has a properties, and this property will apply to the real DOM when the component state changes. But when an internal node re-renders, also every children re-renders, and this causes a performance loss. What we use to avoid this problem is the React.memo function, which allows you to tell the DOM when a component needs to be re-rendered. By controlling these components, the performance is granted. React.js is based also on JS6 files. Under the hood, it uses a React create element function, which is very heavy at runtime. To avoid this problem, we use a custom bundle to transform the bundle JavaScript files, which substitute the React create element function with another function called _JS6, which is very, very performant. React.js is also based on the concept that every element is a component. A button is a component, its container is a component, and so on. And also the application itself is a component. In Kineton, we implemented the model federation which allows a component built in a custom way, be usable remotely from other applications. A particular application called container is responsible to load application through the scripts. These applications are called growlers, and we created them fully customizable. The purpose is clearly write once, use every time. One of the most important studies we conducted has been the animation performances. Using React, which allows to specify component style in line using CSS in JS, we tried to understand what was the best way to specify the CSS. The answer is simple. Pure CSS is more performant than CSS in JS, and here's why. The problem is that CSS in JS approach is not CSS. This kind of code is harder to maintain, and is slower due to the fact that CSS rendered in single file is processed in parallel. The parallelization is another key problem because JavaScript is single-threaded, and the UI takes the CPU almost entirely. When an animation is performed, how can we do it smoother? The answer is compositing, or in other words, leaving the CPU to do its job and prepare the GPU to perform animations. Instead of using the classic CSS properties to move or scale an object, for example, change its value of width and height, we use two very important keys. The first one is the transform property, and the second one is will change property. Here's how the browser rendering works. The first step is the DOM creation. The HTML is loaded from the server, and the browser generates the DOM applying the CSS. And this operation is called renderer. In the second step, the browser begins to calculate the space and the position of each DOM node. Some elements influence the position of the others, and this is called reflow. In the third step, the browser literally paints the elements and put them on layers. By default, only one layer is used, unless there is a reason to move them away. The layers are placed together and finally shown on the screen. And this is called compositing. When the user interacts with the page, certain CSS properties will cause reflow and certain will cause repaint. The repaint is a very, very expensive process. And when it occurs, all the elements placed on the same layer are affected. So the answer is to carefully create a new layer through the property I mentioned before. Antares is a framework which allows developers to create very performant applications. We are going to complete the version 3.0 of Antares, which includes two main updates. The first one is the animation queues. Animation will be handled by creating and adding them in a priority queue. The higher priority concerns the animation executed by the framework, then the other added by the developer. The second feature is the bottlenecks avoiding. Antares has a complex logic under the hood. It has to handle the focus and the animation manager and also be responsible for the application and the calculation and so on. We want to separate this complex calculation to a separate thread through the usage of web workers. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Nello. Thank you very much. Please take a seat. Don't be shy. Please use Slido for the questions. We are going to have some for already one for Martin that we are going to have after. Good, thank you. So we have the next speaker, Christian van Boven.
Thank you, Angelo.
And as Senior Vice President, Client Solution of Integration at Nagra. So Christian helps operators and brands to evolve their multi-screen presence. And at Nagra, he spreaded the transition to cloud technology and agile development methodologies. His current focus is on client technologies and user experience in a world increasingly dominated by technology giants. He holds a degree in electronical engineering from University of Ghent in Belgium and a MSc in technology network engineering from Telecom Paris. Christian, it's up to you. Thank you very much. He's going to talk about sorry, the HbbTV apps in an OTT-centric world. Christian, please.
Thank you very much, Angelo, and thanks all for having come to this conference. I will be talking on HbbTV in a world of OTT. As we have heard from analysts yesterday, the OTT world is growing at a furious pace. Competition is there, and so the question is how can people, how can aggregators stand out in this very crowded environment? Sorry, just probably need right. So one example that's come up for a while here is HD+. It's an interesting example. As Nagra, you will probably know us from our security heritage. So we are very proud that in HD+ and in some other operators, we have been able to work with Samsung, TP Vision, and Panasonic to bring this hybrid experience together with application partners. This is what the application partner Yota has created, and we are very proud because it's enabling a very rich user experience. It brings portal, channel list, all sorts of zapping, content catalog, and quite advanced hybrid experience, combining satellite and combining start over and catch up on OTT. So this was, I think, one of the initial involvements we had in this space going back 2-3 years. And we're still very happy to work with an increasing ecosystem. What we learned from this initial deployment is that we see the benefits of being able to remove the need for a set-top box. What is very interesting is in this year of all sorts of component shortage, all sorts of supply issues, we have actually seen more and more people thinking about this because the TV may not replace set-top box, may be complementary, but it is one way of dealing with the supply shortage. And we see a lot of big operators considering this in a very favorable way. There's the aspect of the operator app that allows to control the UI, and so becoming sort of the default UI as well. But what ultimately comes out of this is a very powerful marketing tool. It's all about consumers going to retail, buying a TV, and when they connected it at home, they have an immediate option to choose this paid TV service. So it's a very powerful tool, and it has helped some of these operators to start creating a true funnel and to build a different funnel for their services. Now, one of the things that we still see missing in HbbTV, and one of the extensions that we have been proposing as an extension along with Samsung, is the concept of TV key. What is the problem we're trying to solve? We're trying to solve the issue that there is a zoo of apps out there, thousands of OTT apps, and it is not easy to stand out. So what we want to enable is when the TV is switched on, is that there is a service discovery and a service activation, so that an end user will get this service in their face when they switch on their TV for the very first time, and that the visibility is way, way better than just going to an app store or to even have to go through the hassle of going through a channel or some of the methods that we usually associate with HbbTV. So what we've done is that this is an open specification done between Samsung and Nagra, but as we said, we are absolutely working with multiple parties in this space. And we would be more than happy to share and work with this, and also with HbbTV to help improve the chances for better visibility for these services. So what does that customer acquisition actually look like? So the service discovery consists of the fact that the service is discovered during the TV installation, as I mentioned, is shown very prominently to the user, and it's almost a very single click to get through the service activation. And that, as I said, this is a marketing tool, so many operators will give a 3 or 6 month free period and then will trigger the app. The app will immediately be installed and can be made the default UI on the TV. Again, this is not exclusive. The way we envisage this is that in any given country or in any given region, the end user will be able to select any of the pay TV services. So it's not about closing down the TV. It is, I think it's an open ecosystem that is not excluding any service provider. It is giving the consumer a more enticing way to actually enroll into these services. And we see that we have a double-digit percentage of people picking up on this service, which is a fairly high success rate. So we think it addresses some of the issues that were brought up yesterday by Omdia, where the TV becomes really the UI. We also want to learn from OTT. We always, I mean, there is no hiding from Netflix, Amazon. They have a lot of smart people. I think we can all learn from each other in this industry, and we know that there is very good ways that they found to onboard people onto the services. So that means, I mean, these are OTT, Amazon Prime, Netflix, you name it, sort of inspired onboarding flows. We have a number of them. I'm just showing a small part of that, but just to say, different operators will have different ways of onboarding people. And I think there's nothing wrong with actually learning and figuring this out. We understand that this onboarding flow may be different between one operator and the other. This is part of an integration that we would do with an operator service. So ultimately, one of the important things we also realize working with our operator customers, ultimately it is HbbTV is one element in a much wider device space. For us, at the moment, one of the big points we work on is that we have operators all around the world with a very different device mix. We have customers who are 99% relying on Fire TV devices. We have customers who would be tending more to have set-top boxes. We have people that are much more relying on mobile in emerging markets. But ultimately, the mix is inevitable. We see that big operators like Sky, Comcast, essentially everyone realizes to play in the big leagues, to be competitive with Netflix, Amazon, you need to have a very consistent user experience, and that extends between smartphones, tablets, desktop, Android TV, Apple TV, game consoles. But importantly, the budgets may not be the same for everyone. If you today look at Netflix and Disney building their apps, they often have multiple teams. In some cases, actually multiple locations. They will have one team in a location building their iOS app, another team building their Android app. They may all sit in different spaces. They have gigantic teams building the design, consisting of multiple dozens of people doing this design. But we also find that most of the people we work with don't have that level of budget. There is a limited budget, and what it drives, what is important is that you have also consistency between all these devices. So ultimately, as it was also mentioned by the previous speaker, you want to rely on strong frameworks and build on those frameworks. And the idea being that with these technologies, we're coming now into an era where we are seeing, where we believe in the next near future, it will become more and more common to have a single code base running, even whether you believe it or not, between a smartphone and your connected TV. We strongly believe that, even if it's maybe 80% commonality, but it's definitely not rewriting from scratch. This will bring us a lot of advantages, consistent features, better test coverage, because we may be able to find things on one device that affect another device, and so on and so forth. So we strongly believe in a view that we will be able to pull forward the HbbTV ecosystem by lowering the threshold of what it takes to take a smartphone app, being able to run that on your connected TV, even if, of course, the remote control interactions and so on are slightly different. But not having to rewrite that from scratch is a key part, and you will not have to have all these millions, or in case of Netflix, billions of R&D money that needs to be spent for a competitive service. So in summary, OTT and apps have been around in HbbTV for a while. We have seen HD Plus now for a number of years. There's been good progress on OTT streaming, channel list discovery, test suites that are progressing, as we have learned over these past few days. But the success for operators really depends on customers being aware of the service and discovering this service. What we are proposing to the HbbTV community is an approach called TV Key, which we think will help to increase the customer adoption. User experience is absolutely key, and that's what we are focusing on. We believe, like Kineton has explained in much greater detail that I have time for, is that there is best-in-class frameworks like React.js, where there is a good starting point, and it will help us on multiple areas to have this consistency between HbbTV and other platforms. A local install is obviously very important. We work on a daily basis to minimize the time to interact, the time to switch between apps. Deep linking, like it was mentioned, also in the talk about standardization about 204, deep linking, navigating back and forth between your app, Netflix, with a very minimum time needed for that is absolutely key to be competitive. And we want to have an ability to make the onboarding very flexible in line with best practices in the industry. So our vision, in summary, is really to enhance ecosystem and to really allow people to bring in a consistent UX. We know it's challenging. On daily basis, we have our challenges. We are facing different native players on different TV sets. We know the challenge with security. That's our specialty. We have a whole team working on multiple DRMs and device OS. We don't see this restricted to one OS. We think that it's important to tackle a lot of the OSs, and they're very regionally different, as we learned yesterday. The split is very different. And we think that in this area, we need to span this whole ecosystem to move the industry forward. So thanks for your attention. Thanks, everyone. And
thank you. Thank you, Kristen. Please. Good. We are questions that are flowing into this Lido. That's good. Thank you very much. Then our next speaker is Luai Basbus. Hi, Luai. Thank you for coming, for joining us today. Luai is a scientist and senior project manager at R&D in the business unit Future Application and Media, the famous FAME, of the Fraunhofer Institute of Open Communication System, FOCUS. He works on future web application, multi-screen technologies and standards, and 360 video technology. LUI actively participates in various standardization groups. W3C, HbbTV, and CTA is a co-chair of the W3C second screen working group and community group, and actively contribute to various testing activity in HbbTV and in CTA Wave. He's going to talk about an interesting, I hope, topic. The title is interesting, I think. WebRTC meet HbbTV. Luai, it's up to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Angelo, and welcome everyone to my presentation. WebRTC meets HbbTV. So I will maybe start with a brief overview about WebRTC. So you may all know this technology, but this is just a very brief overview. So it's a web standard for enabling real-time communication on the web. And this year, this specification became a recommendation after 10 years development. So it's now standard, but more important, it is also implemented in most major browsers, and maybe also in some HbbTV browsers, even it's not now part of the HbbTV specification, but because many TV browsers and HbbTV engines already based on desktop browser code bases, so it may be enabled. I will be show a later slide about it, but most important, WebRTC technology is initially designed for peer-to-peer communication between browsers on the web. It enables video, audio, and data communication channels. So why is WebRTC or could be important for HbbTV? So let's maybe start with the main mission of HbbTV, which is to add or to complement non-interactive broadcast services with interactive applications. And also with WebRTC, which enables interactive ultra-low latency sub-second streaming, it seems natural that also this technology can bring the interactivity in HbbTV on another level. You can not only interact with HbbTV application, but you will be able to interact with the artists, for example, in live streaming events. So if you can see here this timeline with the latency requirements for different use cases, you will see that HbbTV is supporting a lot of latency aspects and requirements, especially in the latest version of published version of HbbTV, which is supporting CMAF, MSE, and all this technology. But there is still a gap for sub-second latency requirements, which could be closed when a WebRTC is accepted to be integrated in HbbTV ecosystem. So this is maybe a slide Jean would like to see. This is an HbbTV 2.0 terminal, and this is the score of support of APIs. It's not, it's just about the supporting APIs. So you can see from the score, it's very high score. You can compare it with desktop browser, but it's on HbbTV. And you can see that, for example, one of this terminal also supporting WebRTC in current HbbTV terminals. It's not tested and so on, but at least there is a support for a WebRTC in this browser. So what are the use cases? Most famous use cases are interactive live concerts, trivia games, live sport betting, cloud game streaming. You may know this HQ trivia game with more than 2.3 million concurrent players at its peak. This was 2 years ago. You can see here that you can run this kind of live streaming, interactive live streaming at scale. It was with sub-second latency worldwide. You can join this game and play. You have 10 seconds time to answer, and this is why latency is key for this kind of scenarios. So let me discuss maybe about the different topologies to have like a difference between the real-time communication, which is the main purpose of WebRTC, and interactive live streaming. So you can see here the different topologies. So for real-time communication, you have the different mesh topologies, SFU and MCU. This is where you have a media server sitting in between in order to enhance the scalability of the system. And this, on the other side, you have interactive live streaming, where you have one producer and you have your consumer, your clients on different platforms and devices. And one HbbTV could be one of these devices. So this is a main difference, that in a real-time communication, every peer and every party is consumer and producer at the same time. But for interactive live streaming, is only you have producer and you have consumers. This is maybe in some advertisement for an event. We launched this year a project called Virtual Live with a main mission to digitize classic events. So we are planning, we call it Lab Concert in December. I will share now the URL where you can see more details. But the most important thing is he will run this event at 3 different locations. So we have artists at 2 different locations in Berlin. They will perform together, and we have here very challenging streaming requirement for the latency, because if the artists are in 2 different locations and perform together, so we need a very low latency, below 30 milliseconds. We will stream the whole experience to a 3rd location in Bochum, in a planetarium. This will be a 360-degree video stream with 3D audio. The most important thing, I think, for this discussion here, the whole experience will be streamed to the audience at home. So this is, by the way, the date, and there is a link you can get more details. So you can watch this event live. There is a, when you visit this webpage, there is like audience stream where you can watch during this event. So as you can see here, this is the audience stream. So for now, we are focusing on supporting web platforms. So this was just a small recording I did during one of the checks. You can see here me at home with my colleagues. We are just interacting with the stream, with the live on the live stage. But there are more features. So for example, you can interact, and your artists at the stage will see and hear your feedback. There are features that you can, the audience participating remotely or online can go on stage and provide feedback. And we had also discussions with some broadcasters, and we there is least interest was from one German public broadcaster. I think one is sitting in here in the room, looking at me now. I hope we can bring this experience to HbbTV very soon. So here are some ideas. So just the same experience. You have a live stream, but you can take your remote control and use the color buttons to interact with the stream. You can maybe also offer an additional companion device or companion screen application where you can also watch together with friends while the main stream is running on the TV with ultra low latency. This is my last slide. And this is also showing the importance of this topic. So this topic is already discussed in the Dash Industry Forum. There is one activity started this year, and there is a report on WebRTC-based streaming and Dash aspects. Here's a summary, but there is also a URL on the slides. If you are interested, please visit it and contribute. Feel free to contribute. So basically, we are identifying all the use cases, the baseline architecture, and all the KPIs. More important, what are the requirements and the challenges for latency, formats, scalability, and so on. Thank you for your attention, and happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Luai. Please take your seat. Yeah, thank you. So very interesting again, a glance on the future. Hoping you managed to have this on HbbTV, this last thing. Good. So our next speaker is really a duo. Please come in. We have Serge Bidot from Fincons Group, France, and Xavier Darigo from Retency. Nice to meet you guys. They are going to have a presentation on GDPR. You know, this very important regulation that we have to stay sticky with. And Serge is a general manager at Fincons Group France. He studied law and business management. Serge began his professional career as head of communication at Limagren Group, and then he had various general management responsibility in the media and the ICT sector. Good. And Xavier is a co-founder of Retency. Good. A French science company specialized in private data processing and other application of deep anonymization research. Guys, very interesting, I think. Please go ahead. You have around 12 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, we will. Hello, everybody. I'm very proud as managing director of France to present Fincons Group, founded and managed by Michele and Francesco Moretti. Sorry, Angelo, where is our
okay. This one.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
So we will very quickly, because we are in delay and probably everybody is very hungry. So we have a challenge with Xavier. I'm also very pleased to present to you with Xavier our innovative partnership on data anonymization, deep anonymization, and GDPR compliance. Our group is a reliable partner with an extensive presence in Europe and in US. We have, of course, high skills in ATSC and HbbTV based on our own experience with, for example, Univision, Sinclair, Mediaset, Publitalia. You know this partner here at the symposium. And in France, one of our partner and customers is, for example, TF1. So let's talk about anonymization in the service of HbbTV. What is it? We are talking about legal technological alternative to individual consent. What for? It is for audience measurement and new add value advertising services for advertisers. So keywords are, we are talking about digital advertising services, no consent, anonymization, valorization, monetization, so high added value creation. To be very concrete, let's present to you a synthetic example and maybe some KPI, some criteria, Xavier.
Yeah, in a nutshell, deep anonymization is a set of recent mathematical findings which allow both to destroy personal data and yet to keep sufficient information to provide added value advertising services, for instance. And we will come back later to which services broadcasters and TV chains can provide to their advertising clients. Clearly, it is based on the real-time collection of user-related information, such as which channel you are seeing. And what is important is that the data, as soon as collected, is transformed into deeply anonymized information, which is a mathematical representation. It's a bit complex. It's not just wiping out the email address of people. It's a lot more complicated. And basically, that deeply transformed information can be used to provide a number of KPIs available at any time to the broadcaster, allowing it to sell advertising services, usually with a high value.
So to be very concrete, let's present in a synthetic example our digital platform, Fincons Retency, managing data anonymization. So we propose to follow up the path of data provided by a TV set, our Fincons HbbTV application. And this data, next point, is going to Fincons back office.
Exactly. And so basically the Fincons deep and complex infrastructure retrieves in real time this user-specific information and is immediately transferred to the retency platform where it is deeply anonymized and therefore transformed into a set of mathematical aggregates from which it is possible to calculate very sophisticated advertising information. That information, in turn, is provided back to FinCons,
data lake,
where it can be transformed into added value services for the operators and broadcasters. Alors, as we said, oh, this is working weird. Okay, no. As we said, deep anonymization basically allows to transform personal data and yet to be able to compare sets of personal data which are held in separate silos. For instance, comparing and cross-analyzing the data, the viewing data for your subscribers to CRM information, client information, owned and held by an advertiser. And all that, thanks to anonymization, can be done without the consent of the people concerned. This technology, the technology developed by Retency, was audited and validated by the CNIL. The CNIL is a French privacy regulator, and that validation and certification stands for the entire European market.
So different use case, for example.
Sorry, I will come back. How do we? Okay, we missed a slide, but it's a big deal. What can we do with that deeply anonymized data? We help broadcasters to provide a new set of added value services to their advertisers. I will give you 3 examples. One is we provide very high, very powerful, and very detailed media planning capability. For instance, Canal+ in France, which has recently adopted our technology, is going, for instance, to be able to explain to BMW which are the shows viewed by every single group of clients which are today BMW clients. And therefore, providing BMW with a tremendous capacity to target shows specifically mostly viewed by BMW clients. Second example, advanced ad campaign performance analysis. The deep anonymization allows you, again, without any customer consent, to compare on one hand people who have been exposed to a BMW campaign, see if I take the same example, and the people who have subscribed for maybe a road test at BMW. And this, of course, provides insight to BMW for the next advertising campaign. Third, and this is really the most advanced application of deep anonymization, it is now possible to make onboarded targeted advertising. I think you call it DAS in the TV world. Targeted advertising on groups of people based on their belongship to an advertiser CRM. For instance, it is now possible, without user consent, to determine layers of subscribers within the broadcaster subscriber base, layers of, say, people who have a probability of more than 80% of being BMW clients. And for the people who have accepted to receive DAS, therefore providing an opportunity to target them. Those are the 3 typical use cases of deep anonymization in the TV world. But of course, we will be happy to give you more details.
So a short of conclusion is to say that FinCons, thanks to the support of the technological support of Retency, solves 2 major challenges: anonymization of data without requiring user content and in total compliance with the regulator. And we are able to process millions and simultaneous connections. So we respect the time, and we are
at your disposal on our booth to give you other details. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Serge. Thank you very much, Xavier. Please have a seat. Yeah. Yeah, we have a few questions. Yeah, weather is there. Our next speaker and the last speaker for this panel is Paul Martin. Paul from Ocean Blue Software. Paul has spent his entire career in the television industry. Congratulations. In a variety of engineering, marketing, strategy, and business leadership roles. A lot of work for you, Martin. Good. Paul, sorry. And Paul is going to talk about their own project, ORB project, that is a collaborative project using JavaScript to implement HbbTV within a standard browser. Paul, it's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll try and stick to my 11 minutes and 59 seconds faithfully. What we'd like to do now is just introduce you to the Open Red Button project, which is something we're launching at the symposium, which is a new way to implement the HbbTV browser within a TV or set-top box. A little bit about OBS. We're really the pioneer of the application of open source and shared source software for broadcast applications. Of course, open and shared source is an old topic, but we've really driven with things like DTV Kit, the application to the DVB broadcast stack, interactivity, and CI+. We were a founding member of DTV Kit, and now we're introducing and creating ORB. So what is it? ORB is really a new way to implement the browser. So we've been working on this for about a year now. It's a collaborative project between us and two other very large HbbTV members. It's majority implemented in JavaScript, so it runs within the context of the browser. There are a couple of little bits that are in C++, but that really enables you to use the default browser in the platform, so Chrome or the Android web view within Android. In RDK, maybe WPE, in Linux, maybe WPE. And of course, that default browser in the platform comes for free, has a very high functionality, is usually more up to date than a licensed browser. And importantly, our community, our project will ultimately be open source and royalty free. So what are the benefits? Really, we're looking to drive down the cost of implementing HbbTV for a terminal manufacturer, but we think it will also increase the innovation rate. The fact that source code is available and it's a collaborative approach will allow other people to get involved and implement things that are on our roadmap but are maybe a little bit further out. So how have we done this? So as I said, at its core is a reusable set of components. So we inject an amount of JavaScript into the current context of the browser when an HbbTV page is loaded. That JavaScript does a number of things. It implements some of the features in their entirety. So TTML subtitle decoder, for example, is completely implemented in JavaScript. For media playback, you can either use the default or your own media player, but we've also polyfilled the HbbTV AV object back to the MSE player within the browser. It has a narrow interface out of the browser using whatever is appropriate as the best technology for that particular browser, usually WebSockets that communicates for those things where it has to talk to the rest of the system. So, for example, the link to the DVB stack to maybe find out what channels are on or what's on the EPG. But those are very narrow, easily ported interfaces. As I say, the majority of it is implemented in JavaScript, but the nature is that we cannot implement every last feature in JavaScript. It would be nice. The whole thing is facilitated by some recent changes within the last 2 years in JavaScript in modern browsers, which allow us to better take care of issues like memory management, which maybe weren't available 5 years ago. But we still have a small number of reusable components in C++, for example, the application manager, and a little bit of support for extracting the timelines from the video for media synchronization. The project is more than a set of reusable components, because of course a bunch of components are no use to you if you can't run them in a platform. So what we are showing on our booth is the first 2 reference integrations which will be included in the project. The first one is an Android 11 integration, where we have taken those reusable components, integrated them in Android 11 using Tuna HAL and the latest Android 11 technologies. I don't expect you maybe to read the diagrams right now, but they will be in the slides available for you to pore over later. But really the point of this slide is the Android 11 integration is really quite similar to the RDK integration, which is the second one we've done. The dark blue boxes on the slide are in fact the reusable components, and the light blue stuff is the stuff where it has to be a little bit customized towards the particular platform. To give you an example, we started with Android because the 2 current contributors that we have on top of OBS are companies who are making terminals which are Android based. So it's natural for us to start with the Android version. But it has only taken us a couple of weeks to get that working in RDK. We still have much to do on the RDK side, but it really does reduce the time it takes to move from one platform to another. It may be interesting for you to understand why we're also doing RDK. RDK as a platform, I think, is a credible alternative to Android to build a smart TV product on. In fact, the Sky Glass and the Comcast X Class are based on RDK. And we can see quite a number of people in the industry looking to build smart TVs out of RDK. And in fact, we have, I think, 3 set-top box projects in planning for retail markets, which will be based on RDK. So what's the current status? We've been working on it for about a year, partially in the Bristol team, partially in our team in Athens. We are functionally complete on the 2.03 mandatory features, and that's all of them, including the media synchronizer. It has obviously passed the MIT experts test because that's the easiest hurdle to cross, but it's currently in testing with one of our existing contributors using the Android version, and that is currently starting to get a fairly high level of maturity. We're looking to launch that in commercial products during next year. We're expecting that the bug fixing phase will take the rest of this quarter and maybe into the beginning of Q1 next year. And we're also starting to work now, not in Q1 2021, but Q1 2022, on some of the optional features. The RDK version is a little bit behind, so it's probably, I don't know, 6 to 8 weeks behind, but we'll also see commercial applications during next year. And we're also talking to people who have an interest to use this technology not only in Android and RDK, but also in Linux, Fire TV, any other TV operating system you can imagine. So what's actually in the project? Well, it's everything that I've described. So it will include the source code for the reusable core components, both in JavaScript and the C++. It will, of course, include full sets of test reports so people can see exactly how compliant it is against both the HbbTV standard test suite, but we also have one of our partners currently testing that against a wider test suite, which includes a whole bunch of streams from the wild, collected from all over Europe. But it will also include all the source code for the reference integrations, so that it will be very easy to take that and get something running as a starting point for your project. We'll also make it available on the DTV Kit white label reference platform, so you can just buy, if you want to evaluate it, you can just buy a box for a couple of €100, which already has it installed and will work, which will be a really good way to get a feel for it and build some trust around the compliance. As I say, one of the other interesting things in this project is it is a collaborative project. We have currently, some of my team are doing R&D on it, but we have from our contributors, we have test resources, test facilities, engineering, discussions on architecture, and also some funding of R&D. So we are now looking to widen that to involve other people. So how can you get involved? So if you are a TV set maker or a set-top box maker and you have a commercial application for Orb where you're going to ship thousands, tens of thousands, millions of units, at this stage we ask you make some sort of contribution to the development of the project. So that could be to help us with maintenance, that could be to have your own engineers implement some of the optional features. It can be a variety of things, but to keep it fair with the companies who've currently invested a lot in this platform, for a commercial use, we ask that some sort of contribution should be made to the project right now. However, if you're a broadcaster, a research establishment, and you don't have a commercial application, but you support the aims of our project, then we will make it available in source code to you, as long as there's no commercial application for it, and we'll do that. I think we'll be ready to do that in the first quarter of next year. Ultimately, our objective is that the community can bring this together, implement every single HbbTV feature, and also that we can be very, very fast on bringing in the new standards, so 2.04, 2.05, such that maybe we help solve that chicken and egg problem that was discussed yesterday in terms of how do you test the test suite when there isn't something to test it against. We hope that the industry can get together behind this project and help us make it a genuinely useful asset to bring everybody forward. Finally, we're showing both the RDK and the Android versions at our booth. Come over. The queue for coffee on this side is definitely shorter than on this side. We'll be there at lunchtime and during the coffee break this afternoon. Come and talk to us. We'd love to get more people involved now. We think it's an exciting project. We think it's a creative and new approach, and we look forward to hearing from you later. And I did it in 10 minutes and 52 seconds, according to the clock.
Thank you very much, Paul. We have still time before lunch that is going to be served in the room the same room of yesterday. We have a lot of questions. I promise you we are going to answer to all of them offline, but I would like to take a couple of them in these 2 minutes. The first one is from Richard to Kineton to Nello. You've done a great job in Italy with Discovery Aerosport Sport Italia, showing that what is now possible. Any idea to move to German and Spanish markets?
Well, thanks for the question, first of all. Honestly, I can say we are open to any type of market. So in Spanish, we have a customer, but well, let's talk.
Okay,
it's a good thing.
Another one is for Martin. Martin from Media Distillery, from Jan. How does your system know that Elon Musk is Elon Musk? What is the learning process?
Excellent question. So what we saw, if you recall the video, you might see Elon Musk, and then we can apply face recognition, and then we have a collection of people we can detect. But it could also be people talking about Elon Musk being mentioned, or it could be that there's text saying it's Elon Musk. And we use a combination of all those different types of information to figure out who is present. And we also want to make sure that for instance, the person is in the video long enough, so not just 1 second, because that would not help a viewer at all. So we're trying to also figure out maybe it's relevant for half a minute, for 2 minutes, and make sure then that we then provide the result. But that's the way how we do the detection.
Thank you very much. Very interesting, Martin. Just a quick for why is there any HbbTV TV sets that are capable to use WebRTC?
Yes, but if you use it, you need to use it on your own risk, of course, because the browser behind it is Chromium browser maybe, and this is why it's still available there, but it's not of the HbbTV standard yet. But you can use it at your own risk, and you need to make sure which video codec you use.
Good. To you, Paul, the last one. So if some students, university would like to play with HbbTV Android, they can get ORB for free and install it easy. It is easy to every Android box sticks.
Yes, certainly they can get it for free. I think what we'd recommend is that it will work on any Android, I think, box. But probably our reference platform is the easiest one, because then you don't have anything to do, and the source code will be available, so it's all working, and then you can take it from there and start moving it forward.
Good. Thank you very much, guys. Please join me in welcome and to thank these very interesting panelists. And we have lunch right now that is served in the room. Please go straight into the room, and the soup is ready over there. Please go there. We're
Timeless UI Universe is a cutting-edge user interface designed for the worldwide telco and media industries. It's an off-the-shelf product ready for commercial deployment. Large groups of international renown are already using it and have been distributing it to millions of homes for years. Thanks to its modularity, Timeless UI Universe meets the market needs of pay TV operators, the media, and sport. It's compatible with all the latest technologies. Timeless UI Universe offers skinning capabilities to easily adapt to brand identity. It's a cross-platform UI suitable for any device. The end user benefits from an intuitive, unified, and enhanced user experience. Timeless UI Universe is designed to be easily deployed and managed, easily integrated into any existing system, configurable from any CMS or backend. It's also a powerful data-driven solution that stores and manages data about end-user activity for purposes of monitoring and reporting. Timeless UI Universe comes with the expected popular features, as well as the latest innovations: multi-profile management, recommendation, voice control, deep links using a content-centric approach, displaying the content required, whatever its source. A regularly enriched catalog of features is available, enabling the interface to be personalized. The UI can evolve over time and stay ahead of the field by always embracing the latest trends. Timeless UI Universe has been designed for the convenient use of the video content provider, as well as for the pleasure of the end user. To find out more about Timeless Universe, contact us now.
È sempre il momento di Mediaset Play, anche sulla tua TV. Vai su un canale Mediaset e premi il tasto freccia su del telecomando. Troverai funzioni esclusive in un'interfaccia rinnovata, più fluida e ricca di contenuti on demand. Potrai guardare gli highlights dei programmi più visti e salvare i tuoi contenuti preferiti nella sezione Le mie liste. Così inizi a guardarli dal tuo smartphone e continui dalla tua Smart TV quando vuoi. Mediaset Play, anche sulla tua TV.
With these new pictures came new stories for our digital century, where each screen offered a window to the world. Since its creation in 1996, NetGem has been a major independent player. NetGem offers solutions and services to enjoy your connected life. So when we look back on our trajectory over these amazing 25 years and then forward to the future, there is one thing we know for sure. With NetGem, you haven't seen nothing yet.
La nuova TV. I canali del digitale terrestre stanno passando alle trasmissioni in alta qualità. Se il tuo televisore riceve già i canali in HD, sei pronto a goderti lo spettacolo. Non rimanere in box. Approfitta del nuovo bonus rottamazione e scegli un decoder o un televisore certificato da TV.
La nuova TV è qui. Parti in pole position.
standardization, which is a pretty relevant topic for HbbTV and the broadcasting industry as a whole. We're going to hear from 3 speakers. Hang on. Okay. Okay, let's try that again, shall we? Good afternoon, welcome back after lunch. So for the next couple of hours to close our symposium this year, we're going to have a glance at the future of standardization, which is a pretty relevant topic both for HbbTV and for the broadcasting industry as a whole. We have 3 prestigious speakers to introduce to you. I think you'll be familiar with all of them. Peter McCavick is joining us via Zoom from Switzerland, the chairman of the DVB project. We also have Albert Bruno, who is the Strategic Marketing Deputy Director for Mediaset, and Richard Lindsay-Davis, the CEO of the Digital TV Group. We've got some presentations to give you as well, and hopefully we can first of all be joined by Peter. Peter, are you there? This is Paris calling. Do we have Peter? Now, I only heard half of that, I'm afraid. Do we have Peter or not?
With these new pictures came new stories for our digital century, where each screen offered a window to the world. Since its creation in 1996, NetGem has been a major independent player. NetGem offers solutions and services to enjoy your connected life. So when we look back on our trajectory over these amazing 25 years and then forward to the future, there is one thing we know for sure. With NetGem, you haven't seen nothing yet.
Hopefully navigate your way to your presentation.
I was looking for my
and we can start.
Just a second, because I don't have the presentation here starting.
Okay.
Or maybe this is the right one. Let's see it.
Ah, this looks familiar.
Possibly. All right. Since it's the right one, okay. Well, I just take a few minutes of your time for bringing you our message on why we do still stubbornly support the standards and why we think it is really, really important for a broadcaster point of view, and I guess for the whole industry. So if we have this is the question. So the real answer is basically yes. We think more than ever standards are so important, and so the real point is does it work? Oh, here we go. So yes, they are important, but the 3 questions are: why do we think we need HbbTV today? What is HbbTV good for, in our opinion, and how we are using it right now in production for creating what we think is a compelling user experience. When saying why, the first answer is that fragmentation is today harder than ever. When this morning Vincent was telling you need 6 to 7 operating systems for having a real OTT experience. In fact, in our experience is 15. So that's the reason why we need having a standard that helps us reaching all the different screens that otherwise would be very hard to reach without a standard. And in particular, this means that interoperability is more needed than ever. And there is something that is good and easier than in the past. Frankly speaking, we have at the client side much more power processing that helps us providing a much better experience to the end user, thanks to manufacturers and to the development that the clients are providing to the industry. On the other side, the cloud computing allows you to unload part of the needs on the client side and providing a good user experience. But the real importance, as we said and as we saw yesterday, is testing. I mean, HbbTV needs testing, needs compliancy, and needs testing for your own application that is done on your lab, exactly as any other application, and it needs collaboration with the manufacturer industry, for sure. But now, the real point is, what is HbbTV good for? And basically, HbbTV is meant and fits very well for linear TV. That's a lean-back experience that is empowered through HbbTV, and it's completely different from what we do with TV apps. And in fact, HbbTV was created for linking the two worlds, that is, linear broadcasting with enhancing video broadcasting with video on demand and with interactivity. And that is the way we are using it as much as possible. In the end, we have three main pillars over which we create a user experience through HbbTV by leveraging what HbbTV is good for. The first of the pillar is mind the schedule. You are on TV, you need to be aware, and your application need to be aware of what's on TV on that channel by that exact moment. That makes a difference compared to other contexts, other application contexts. The second pillar is mind what channel you are on. So mind the context. That's because when a user starts watching TV, has already made a choice. They made a choice of watching a program or watching a channel. So when you start interacting with that with HbbTV, you need to mind the choice that the end user has already done. And the third pillar is obviously mind who's watching. So personalize the experience, keeping always in consideration the context and the programs that are on. So we experience, and so we have some basic hints when creating a user experience on HbbTV. The first one is users are relaxing. They are watching TV. It's what we do every single day. So we need to make their experience as simple, as lean back as possible. The second thing is keep TV as the king, as the content needs to stay very prominent on screen. And what you're doing is complementing that content through your HbbTV experience. The third one is, as usual, it's obvious, it's all about video and audio possibly, not about text or images. And the fourth one, again, is test, learn, you make mistake, retry. So it's very important to learn from what you're doing and understand from your mistakes. But just to say a couple of words of what we are doing right now in Mediaset in Italy, we are basically bringing together two different worlds that were the pay TV, the pay OTT SVOD service that used to be Infinity, with Mediaset Play that was the free-to-air or the free AVOD service in one single HbbTV app. That means dealing with DRM, dealing with all the tests that are needed for having a complete experience. And that's, in fact, the good thing that we have been doing during the last 4 to 5 months. And basically, when I was telling you what we mean for being contextual to what's on air, is that and just an example, we broadcast the UEFA Champions League, and basically what we want to do is that while the match is on, we create live clipping. And live clipping means that in 2 minutes from when the action is gone or the goal was scored, in 2 minutes you need to have the clips that appears on screen, and that creates for the end user the possibility at any time that they start watching the show of getting whatever has happened during that show or during that match. Obviously, the restart functionality is something that we are doing since 5 years ago, but anyway, it's something that we brought to all our programs. Another example of staying really need to what's on air is Big Brother, which means having all the video feeds from IP that complements what's in broadcast and allows you to have multiple angle cameras while you're watching the show, or the possibility of having voting. That is a very simple interactivity. Always stay simple for voting, polling, and whatever, and always stay with these interactive functions on those formats, on those TV formats that were made for that. So, and the last thing is obviously always give the end user the possibility of catching up with the best moments of that show that is on air by that time, or that has been on air over the last 3 or 4 days. When saying we want our experience is contextually aware, we're saying that, example given, we broadcast 18 channels in Italy. One of those is a free-to-air movie channels, the 20, and obviously the contents that we provide to the end user are very related on the movie that is on by that time, and eventually we propose other movies similar to the one that you might be watching during on that channel in that exact moment. And all the other contents that we have available on the application is then personalized, keeping in consideration that you're starting your viewing from a movie channel, not from a general entertainment channel or from a show that is entertainment. Obviously, we have kids channels, so the same kind of experience is adapted to the content and to the context of a kids channel, so that for the end user, it's the exact same experience that adapts to the context where you are, and to the branding, and obviously to the characters of a kids channel. Finally, we were saying personalization. Sure, if you have, if you are a paying subscriber, obviously we allow you to create sub-profiles and to have your own experience within that HBB application. That means even knowing what you subscribed and having your subscribed content meshed up with the free content that are in fact for you free to access directly from the TV channel. And finally, the easiest way, obviously, we have all the recommendations working when an end user identified, but the real point is, and the easiest, the most appreciated function, in fact, is the keep watching function that brings to your TV what you start watching on your iPad or on your telephone. So this is basically something that is contextual and keeps in mind the end user for creating an experience through HbbTV that is relevant to watching TV. That doesn't mean, in fact, that we are not, we work as well with TV apps. So I know there's a lot of debate about the fact that broadcasters should stay on one side or another, but in fact, we feel that standards and HbbTV has a function, has a full fitting in this context that is exactly complementing linear viewing. But on the other side, we are as well available on the TV app. So we feel that the environment have space for both of them. And as a commercial broadcaster, but I feel even public broadcasters, we need to be everywhere and find people whatever they want to watch and wherever they are. So that's the reason why we think that HbbTV is still not just alive and kicking, but more important than ever.
Alberto, a very good presentation, by the way. I'm intrigued a little bit because you say you want to be everywhere, and obviously a good place to do that is through HBB.
Sure.
But what do you do about the 4 million or so Sky subscribers in Italy? Do they get a subset of what you've described here, or do they just get your shows and enjoy them and maybe save the interactivity for the HbbTV set they've got in the bedroom?
You're right. I mean, for the pay TV operators are following a different step, that is creating their own experience to their own subscribers. And for them, obviously, we work with them, but always trying to keep as much as possible control over our user experience. The real point is that many operators don't support yet, in my opinion, the HbbTV on their set-tops or on their TVs like Sky Glass and so on. One of the opportunities that we saw is that they might decide to open up on that, but it's not so easy to think. So they want to control completely the user experience. And frankly speaking, there's some fight with them on who owns the user experience when someone is watching TV, obviously.
And it's a tricky one, which I know we'll come to in our discussion later, of the open standards of public and open public. I count in this instance Mediaset almost as a public broadcaster because it's so widely available in Italy. And on the other side, of course, the proprietary networks, if you like, of pay TV operators, Sky, Canal Plus, whoever it might be.
In fact, we work with Sky. So we are on Sky set-top boxes. But in that case, since we don't have HbbTV, we work with their own environment for providing to their customers the best experience. And we have, obviously, commercial relationships with them.
Sure, great. Well, as I say, we'll explore some of that a little bit. Or take a seat, and we will take it. So I realise I denied you some applause there by jumping into my question. Now, let's go then to Peter McCavard on Zoom from Switzerland. Good afternoon, Peter. And your presentation, is standardization still valuable for broadcasting?
Yes, thank you very much indeed. I trust you can hear me. Again, I'm sorry I'm not there with you in person. It sounds like you're all having a bit of fun. Paris is very nice, even in November. So I was asked to cover is standardization still valuable for broadcasting? HbbTV and DVB developing an IP-based future. It's a fairly long title and it's a fairly grand one. So allow me to just indulge me for the next few minutes, if you don't mind. So the first thing is, in the DVB project, when I took over as chair, we focused on developing and migrating DVB into an internet-centric organization. That, I don't know if we succeeded or not, but I'm going to try and deal with that. But just so as to situate what that actually means in practice, we've done some work which is of some relevance, I hope. One of them was, of course, DVBI, which is the service discovery and selection mechanism, but it's also used as a collective noun for the internet-centric DVB approach. As part of that, we did quite a lot of work on targeted advertising, which is seen as one of the unique selling points of this so-called internet-centric approach. But of course, we recognize that in many cases, there's a lot you can do with targeted advertising without having a pure IP-based system. We also noted that there was a whole load of work that was done in HbbTV. We agreed who would do what, and HbbTV had developed quite some work in that space, which I will get to in a minute. The next thing we did was we've also done a pile of work on profiling of Dash. And we've worked with internally in DVB to do quite a lot of validation and verification, our testing and interoperability, if you like, for the DVB Dash profile. But of course, that was also done with the HbbTV organization. You're getting a theme here, I hope. The next thing we do is there's a pile of work that's currently ongoing about next generation video codecs, which is consuming quite some time, but which we hope will be pave the way for advanced 4K and 8K services in the future. And we note that HbbTV also uses the DVB audio and video codecs as specified in our work. So I think it's fair to say that as a general rule, while we might have shifted or are trying to shift the DVB project, we're doing so very much in partnership with the HbbTV Association. So, and that of course is very important. And when we about a year ago we sat down to draw out or to try and draw out how all the bits of the new DVB setup connected together, we started to I'd say tamper with or play with some pictures about what HbbTV and DVB might look like together. And this is very DVB centric, it's only a draft, but what you see, of course, is that you have HbbTV as an integral part of the proposition that is the DVB project. And that's not for no reason. So I said I would have a look at the targeted advertising one. I'm not going to spend an awful lot of time in detail on this, but I think it's important to recognize that this is truly a partnership between the two organizations. And we complement each other. Broadly speaking, the DVB project had developed shall we say, the framework and the architecture and the signaling, but the bones of the work on the receiver side was done within the HbbTV organization. So what we do is we see that this unique, shall we say, proposition of today's world, today's hybrid world, is something which is facilitated by the DVB project, but only alongside HbbTV. One could exist without the other, but we're so much better together. If somebody wants to copyright that, then please do. So the next thing is, if we look at in a bit more detail about the relationships, we note that we had an interactive TV system called MHP. Amongst many other things, it was ahead of its time, and it's now dead. HbbTV, when it appeared sometime after MHP, it resonated with an industry that was really ready for interactive television, but had now the infrastructure to support it. And the mistakes that were made with MHP, including one of timing, were not replicated with the HbbTV setup. And so HbbTV filled a gap in the DVB suite, which was left by MHP, and for various reasons had to be done outside of DVB, which we respect. The other thing is the combination of the two organizations address use cases that some claim are only possible with full IP-based systems. If you pair back the pizzazz and the shall we say the lights associated with full IP systems, the actual combination of DVB and HbbTV is very powerful. But there's a key difference. HbbT and DVB are installed in connected TVs in Europe. They're installed in connected TVs in Europe, full stop. They're also installed in connected TVs in many other territories. But the bottom line is that it's not something we have to roll out. It's not something we have to invent. It's not something that requires huge marketing push. It's there. And this is one of the key propositions I try and make to the stakeholders that are in my own organization. The TV sets are out there. Let's feed the TV sets with exciting and interesting applications. And you're hearing about all of those during the course of this conference. that wide range of applications are very widely deployed. We have, and in fact, I deal regularly with partners in Russia and elsewhere who are deploying, in some quite difficult circumstances, some innovative applications. And in the mainstream markets in Europe, you're finding that HbbTV is now a fully mature technology. And thanks to work done by Van and others working in the interoperability space, is frankly benefits from great interoperability. But is there anything wrong? And I'm going to focus the rest of this a little bit on the DVB project, because it's an area where we have had to come quite far over the last while, and where, yeah, I don't know we're there yet. So if we look at the OC model, which many of it, well, in fact, anybody that's an engineer should be familiar with. I don't propose to spend an awful lot of time analyzing where DVB and HbbTV fit in this model, but we note that the lower parts of the OC model are closer to the physical layer. And when you get closer to the physical layer, you're typically in the realm, not exclusively, I might add, with software-defined radio tools and whatever else, but you're typically in the realm of longer life cycles, technologies and specifications that are committed to silicon. You need, in that space, because of those longer life cycles, because of the enormous capital development cost, you're into the greater need for formal standardization, and indeed, in some cases, regulation. And the DVB project has benefited from that in the past. But if you move higher up in the layers, more where HbbTV sits, as illustrated in that picture I showed you a couple of slides ago, you have shorter life cycles. There's much more flexibility because of those shorter life cycles, but there is a heightened need for interoperability aids. Because you need to ensure that services and content will interact with receiving and terminal devices. And all of this stuff becomes a little bit more complicated as you move higher up in the stack. Now, it's not to say it's not complicated lower down, but because the stuff is committed to silicon, and because there is a great attention to detail in that standardization, it's something which is typically ironed out in the development phases. When you move higher up, it's sometimes things people forget about, but it becomes nonetheless important. So if I was to look at DVB in the 1990s, it sat quite low down. DVB-T, DVB-T2 ultimately, which came out in 2006, I think. And you have the satellite specifications, you have all of these lower layer specifications. But now, if you like, we're moving up into the higher layers as we move into our more internet-centric approach. That doesn't mean we leave behind the core physical layer specifications. No, they need to remain as state-of-the-art. They need to remain state-of-the-art and as up-to-date and performant as possible. But it means we are concentrating our effort on facilitating the digital transformation, if you like to call it that, or the shift towards IP. And that is happening higher up in the OC model than might have been otherwise. And therefore, we need to embrace the challenges that that presents to any organization. Both HbbTV and the DVB project need to do so. So what's about it? So first of all, you have to start with good partners in any space. HbbTV is a prime example of a good partner for the DVB project. We are complementary. There are many common members, and we do work together, and very successful work together, I might add. The other thing you need to do is you need to shorten your life cycles. And anybody that's involved in the DVB project will know that I'm banging on about making the commercial requirements process in the DVB project shorter. That's not just because I don't like commercial requirements, but it's because we need to shorten our life cycles. And in shortening life cycles, it means we need to work faster in order to be able to get stuff through the sausage machine faster. The other thing you need to ask yourself, is the classic standard and specification the most appropriate tool for the job that you have at hand? So one of the things we did in the DVB project was to focus our own efforts not on producing a standard or specification, but on the market deployment of a solution, thereby allowing us, although we haven't used that technique too much, but thereby allowing us to produce not just a standard and specification, but rather also work on other tools that we might have for a particular problem. And the other thing we need to do is as mentioned previously, we need to work on aids to interoperability, which is something the DVB project had not been doing so much in the past. Indeed, there was a lot of validation and verification work carried out on DVB's lower layer of specifications, but this was largely done in the context of European Commission funded research and development projects, not in the DVB project itself. And our aim within the new arrangement is to instill the testing and the testing philosophy right into the fabric of solution development, as is fashionable in other domains. But the aim here is to try and aid the market deployment of solutions by building in interoperability measures right from the start. And although this might seem strange to some, we also need to promote yourself. The DVB project is well known for its work in broadcasting, and in particular the digital transition in broadcasting. Now this digital transformation to the IP-centric world is a world where there are a lot of other bodies involved, and the DVB project may be less well known. So it's all about reaching out to new stakeholders who mightn't be familiar with our work. So if you like, that's the shift that we've tried to instill within the DVB project in order to address the challenges of being a good partner for HbbTV as it seeks to develop its work and become more successful in the solutions it deploys. So I suppose in summary, there are many common members between the two organizations, and that has been extremely valuable. It allows us to make sure that we can write letters to ourselves and know that they will be well received. It allows us to informally communicate about who should do what, and thereby minimize the delays in terms of demarcation between different areas. And of course, it allows us to build our solutions together and to synchronize their development. The other thing is that, as I have pointed out, the DVB's been around for so long that it needed and needs to continue to change the way in which it works and what it does in order to address the challenges of the market shift. IP-centric organizations don't always focus on standards, as we know, and DVB doesn't have to do that either. But also we need to make sure that the OTT industry recognizes the value of multi-vendor, interoperable and standardized solutions. I believe this is happening, but it's happening slowly. And the hope is that we, together with HbbTV, can accelerate that process. So I suppose, in short, we have a lot of work to do. It's good fun doing it, and at least we have a good partner in the HbbTV Association. So that's my introduction. Julian, back over to you. I'm not sure if there are any questions.
Thanks very much, Peter. And Peter, staying with us for the panel session in a short while's time. If you have any questions for Peter or for any of our other panelists this afternoon, then don't forget Slido is where you can post that question. Before we get to the panel session, though, I'd like to invite Richard Lindsay-Davis from the DTG to give us a presentation, Transition or Radical Reinvention, the role of HbbTV, the television of the future.
Thank you, Julian, and thank you to HbbTV to invite me to speak today. Coming late in the program is both an advantage and a massive disadvantage, because so much has been said yesterday and today that I kind of wholly agree with. And much of what Peter just went through, the fact that we started this world of kind of standardization, I guess, in film. and kind of black and white film, and then we added audio, and then we pointed cameras at film, and then we've carried on from there. And while we're at the very much the physical and physics layer, the kind of stuff you could grab hold of, it was obvious that we would standardize. And why did we standardize then? Well, we standardized then to make stuff work. And in fact, I still think at our organization, this is us, we're still focused on getting stuff to work collaboratively with industry and keeping it working. But then, of course, there's the consumer demand and insatiable appetite for high quality. So we want it to work really, really well. And in fact, we often talk at our industry council about the concept of maybe moving away from interoperability, but trying to move to a point where the viewer in the home, and we've tried to get more viewer-centric in the last few years, the viewer in the home gets to see the best quality experience and hear the best quality experience that they've paid for and they've got access to. And I'm not sure we're always good at that. So we've kind of gone from making it work, keeping it working, making it work really, really well, and now more recently, making it work safely. So yesterday, the UK Parliament in the House of Commons saw the first reading of the Product Safety, Telecommunications and Infrastructure Bill, which will bring into UK law the requirements for cybersecurity, particularly on smart televisions, but other devices as well. And that happened on the same day when we ran a session on a doomsday scenario for cybersecurity in the UK at our office. So we're kind of very, very much focused on making it work, keeping it work, making it work really, really well, making it work safely, and also ensuring that we continue to develop a really vibrant market. So that's us. One thing we do, and we've been doing it for a long time, since I think '96, we published a thing called the D-Book, which is kind of heavily stands on top of DVB standards and lots of other international standards, but HbbTV more recently. And that D-Book this year, for the first time, mandated HbbTV 2.03. And I'm conscious that a number of you in the room have letters with me waiting to be considered by our industry council on the 8th of December, where we hope we'll be able to share with you the profiling that we've done so that you can hopefully incorporate them in your specifications going forward. Just another point, I was kind of Googling earlier, if anyone's got any doubt, Great Britain is still part of the continent of Europe, so we kind of haven't moved it. So regardless of what the politicians have done, we're still very much in the room in Europe, and we've got a stated objective at the DTG to ensure that we harmonise as much as we can internationally. So what do we do looking into the future? Well, we try and enable the industry to innovate. You know, we're doing as much work on cybersecurity and with the West Coast Americans as we are with British broadcasters these days, and we're doing as much work as we are on kind of video as we are on things like cybersecurity. We do all of this by consensus, and in fact, when projects in the past have been done without industry consensus, they don't get universally deployed. So it's very important for us to work with industry in a democratic process by consensus. But the one thing I would say, which I think is really fundamental and important as we look to the future, standardization is kind of the utility base layer that keeps stuff working well. And we've got to be careful that we don't confuse arguments over the commercial arrangements of access to services and what happens in the market. What happens with legislation? We're going to see some new legislation come to Parliament in the UK as regards media, probably early in the new year. Let's not confuse that with making stuff work. And the title of this session was talking about standards. Well, let's make sure that we not only make sure the standards are fit for purpose, as unambiguous as possible, so that they can be very well implemented and tested. And I know that it gets tougher as you go up that stack that Peter very well put to us earlier, but it's not a reason not to do it just because it's hard. And also, let's make sure that we do those standards as internationally as we can. No one knows more than any of us that over the last 2 years that it's definitely a global world, and we've got to make sure this stuff works. So looking into the future, and I'll do this fairly briefly because I'm conscious of time. Are we heading towards an utter metaverse? If Mark Zuckerberg had been in the room for the last 2 days, it'd be interesting to see what he'd really thought about what we're talking about. He'd probably kind of think we're a bit outdated, and it's kind of, they can run the world. So are we heading to a metaverse? I'll leave that up to you. Are things going to stay the same? Well, we know things aren't going to stay the same, that's for sure. Or are we going to end up somewhere in the middle? And our experiences, and I know it's cliched, but video didn't kill the radio star. Radio didn't kill magazines, and actually streaming hasn't killed broadcast or linear services. So the reality is somehow we've got to make it all work. And the metaverse, my guess, is not going to kill television either. I'll test you on this later. This is an extract from a report from our regulator done by Mediatek, which is a really good snapshot of an increasingly complex TV ecosystem. And that's today. And it's complex technically, very complex technically, but we can kind of make that work if we all work together. It's really complex commercially as well. And the poor viewer on the end, that my guess is, I was kind of contemplating it earlier, my guess is a viewer sits in front of a television and wants television. And they probably don't sit in front of television and see it as a pile of tech, which is kind of what we do. They probably do see putting a VR goggle on as a pile of tech. So somehow we need to balance that. But we're living in a very complex world. We looked at some of this earlier at our annual conference, and I'm going to shamelessly show you a few things that we talked about there. Incidentally, if anyone wants to come to next year's, fancy a trip to London on the 5th of May, you're all invited, so please come along. And some of the things we talked about at that conference were kind of the waves of change. Are they ripples? Are they tsunamis? Are they going to peter out? What are the things that are going to make a big difference to the future of our sector? And I guess we are going to drift towards something like a metaverse, but I think we're never going to quite get there. One of the big things that came out from John Simmons, who was one of our keynote speakers, standards have held the tech industry together. And I didn't make this up for today. This is stuff that we talked about earlier. Standards glue the industry together. They enable all those commercial business models. They enable an open market, and it really matters. But as I said, it's getting more complex. The user experience has changed. It's really tough to find content. I guess most of you in the room are probably like me, where I sit on the sofa having arguments about what to watch, how to find it, which platform it's on, which remote control it's on, and hopefully not to watch the spinning wheel of death while we wait for it to upload. But it's more complex. And I remember back in my days when I used to design analog TVs, that the one thing that we used to try and do at Sony was to try and hide the technology from the viewer. The whole thing for us, I remember we introduced single button tuning. You bought a TV, you plugged it in the wall, you switched it on, and you held in one button and it tuned in your channels. It was great. And I don't think we should lose sight of that. If we can try and get to a user experience, a viewer experience that is as close as possible to channel up and down, to finding all these services that are great, using all the tools that we have available, like AI and machine learning to get there, then that's what we should be doing. So let's remember the viewers on the end of it. Next generation media, I talked about the metaverse. We've got a long way to go. We are probably only in the foothills of what we can do with media going forward. But I know for a fact that even in my own home, most of the time, I'm not getting the video and audio experience that I really deserve, and probably the one I've paid for as well. Distribution. We could have a whole conference on this, obviously. We know that distribution's changing. We know that we're in a hybrid world. We're likely to be in some kind of all IP world. Wireless really matters. We've got various projects going on 5G. There's lots of talk about 6G. But we've got to look after distribution in a way that make sure that that great experience continues, but also that the business models sustain, new ones are invented, and most importantly, we don't hand the keys of control over to someone that owns the network, which isn't really our sector. Sustainability. We held COP26 this year in Glasgow. I'm not sure they got terribly much further than they did last time it was in Paris. But we do know, and I was talking to Vincent Grieve about the LOCAT project, there's the DIMPACT project in the UK. Sustainability matters. The eco-credentials of what we do really matters. In Vincent's opening speech this morning, he mentioned that our consumer research said that this is well up the agenda of consumers, and that's no surprise. But there are things we can do in standardization, productization, product stability, making sure that products have an end of life that's as far out as we can possibly make it, that we don't unlaunch services on devices because we've chosen the wrong DRM or we've chosen the wrong codec, or the network's changed. So there are things that we can do from a standardization perspective, removing the ambiguities, making sure we test stuff well, that will ensure that we also meet some of the credentials from a sustainability perspective. So finally, talking about standards, there are different approaches to standards. Open standards enable great markets and innovation to emerge. Proprietary standards, they might work for Apple. I'm not sure they're going to work for the wider market. I don't know we want to go there. At your peril, put something into regulation or legislation, but I think that's probably where we're going to end up to a certain extent in the UK and across Europe, particularly on things like cybersecurity, but possibly media access as well. Open standards set through voluntary bodies like HbbTV, DVB, SMPTE and others are great, and they balance the interests of the industry. And how do we do that? Back to Peter's point, how do we do that in a way that ensures that we're agile enough to beat the metaverse, whoever else comes at us in the future? And it might well be there's this balance where, some broadcasters or platforms kind of begin to build a bit of a cow path by using a standard, but that's not a reason not to eventually adopt that into the open standard and make sure we deploy it more widely. And I think that's kind of where we're heading in many ways. Why should we do this? I'm going to highlight 3 points on an IP manifesto we looked at in 2019 with industry. We've got to make sure the future television experience is better. We've got to make sure it's consistent and reliable. And we've got to preserve the value of the horizontal market. A lot of things we talked about today, things like OpApps taking control of the television manufacturer's user interface, things like the Sky Glass project, which I'm sure will be great, but it kind of all changes and mixes the market that has ensured that we've got a thriving consumer electronics and content industry across Europe. And I think that's really important, and I think we should design our structures and systems on top of good technology to make sure we sustain that. It won't go away. So, Destination 2030 something. We've got to take the best of today, and we've got to make sure that we serve all homes in the probably all online future. We've got to make sure that we satisfy consumers' insatiable innovation appetites. They love it. We've got one of the largest television markets in Europe, and I think that's going to sustain. They bought more TVs in the last 2 years than they did in the previous 2 years. We've got to make sure we satisfy government prerequisites, consumer protection, media universality and sustainability, all those things that were on those cartoons, but they matter. And actually, we're going to have to meet legislative requirements as they come along anyway. Somehow we've got to balance the market globalization and meet the national market needs. So balancing that global and national stuff's really, really tough. But we should do it all on very, very sound technology. And we've got to try and do it in a way that creates technical harmonization that means that the global CE sector can cope with the market too. So HbbTV and DVB very much remain central to our thinking as we face the dilemma of how we maintain all of the above how we transition through to a controlled reinvention of television without leaving anyone behind. And my final point for me is our work is not done. We've got a long way to go. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Please take a seat. I can't be almost like laid out like sports commentaries seem to be these days, but all of the contributors about a mile apart from each other. We're going to take a look then at standards, a little bit more focus in our round table now. Is standardization still an added value to broadcasting's future? Alberto is here, Richard is here, and hopefully Peter is on the line as well. I kind of need to see Peter up there as like a comfort blanket to know that we have a full panel with us. Let's assume that's going to happen. Regulators often seem to be accused of not reacting fast enough, not being there when at the right moment of reacting to events too late. Do you think that's sometimes the same with standards bodies as well, Alberto?
I mean, it's our responsibility as part of the industry to feed the standardization bodies with the needs of the market. I mean, we cannot complain about standardization bodies being lazy, late, or something, or not compelling fully on what we expect, because we are part of this industry, we are part of the standardization bodies, and we need to take responsibility for that. So I guess it's not our position to say you are late. Maybe we are late in asking things, and we need to stay there and fueling.
I think of the commercial requirements that Peter within some of the DVB modules is requiring. And is Peter there? Is he back with us? There's silence, so they're either rushing around or...
Can you hear me?
Ah, yes, we can.
Perfect.
This is good. Peter, tell me, do people like Alberto get on the phone or send the email fast enough to make sure that you're getting those commercial requirements through when you're developing new standards at the DVB?
So this is the crux of the issue, because as Richard has pointed out, I mean, the whole industry is changing. We are moving. The stakeholders are moving. The whole process moves. The issue is that the organizations that are trying to do all the standardization work are all trying to follow and to move as well. And that presents us with a set of challenges in terms of making sure we adapt fast enough. Now, we've done a lot of work on the DVB project to adapt the processes to make them more appropriate for the industry requirements as we see them currently. But a process is worth nothing, really worth nothing, unless you have appropriate contributions to that process. So we've got to match the process with the contributions. We've got to match the shift in those processes. So we're trying to pull people along and we're trying to track them in. So it sometimes can be quite hard to make sure that you remain relevant as you're trying to move the stakeholders along. And in some cases, and I'll be quite frank here, some standardization bodies, I look around the room, and DVB is probably not as much of an exception as I would like it to be. And you see a lot of gray-haired old men. And if you equate the gray-haired old men to turkeys, and it's coming up to Thanksgiving in this particular case in the United States, or to Christmas. Turkeys never vote for Christmas. So voting for change is something that's quite hard to do in some of these organizations, but we're giving it a go.
Days where we used to go to trade shows and meet people, we would be told, or I would be told, I'm sure many others would too, oh, we are so pleased we got this project out of the box. It was up and running within 6 months, within 3 months. Is that pressure coming back to you to get the standards organized quicker? Or do you feel, oh my goodness, we're constantly playing catch up now?
This is the problem. This is the problem, and Richard will know this too. There's 3 phases of standardization that I would see. The The slowest phase of standardization is all about agreeing writing down what you already do. So the classic example would be the width of train tracks. It happened for years. People were operating it for years. It's only after a while that they wrote down exactly how it should operate. The second type of standardization is where solutions are already on the marketplace, and you compete essentially within the standards body in order to make sure your solution gets through. And in many cases, that's where the DVB project had gone for quite some time. And then the other stage of standardization is where you try and anticipate what's going to happen in the marketplace, to gather everybody together and to then contribute individual elements so that the sum of the elements is greater than just a collection of those original contributions. So whereas the let's compete standardization activity is one where you're looking 2-3 years out, the other one I speak of, where you make your contributions well in advance and you're trying to anticipate what happens in the marketplace, that's 4 or 5 years out. And what we're trying to do, at least what we're trying to do, is we're trying to pull the standardization further forward in time. But then your problem is, can you find the people that are appropriately visionary to come along and say, yeah, I think that's what might happen, and I'd be happy to contribute to that. It's not an easy one, I'm afraid. We don't have there's no silver bullet, if we were to use the analogy. There's no silver bullet for this particular one. It's a question of just trying to figure out at any particular time what's best. But these are all contribution-based activities, so process is not without contributions.
Richard, from your perspective, you're sort of almost, I don't say you're waiting on standard bodies, because as you explained earlier on, you're creating UK profiles to implement stuff for the UK market, a few other markets as well for that matter. Are things moving fast enough for you within organizations like the DVB, HbbTV and others?
There's a few points actually. One is there's kind of the tortoise and hare thing, isn't there? Because actually you could fly at something, we can hack something together and get it going, and then you end up paying the price forever because you've deployed products that you end up in trouble with. So we've got to use every tool that's available to us. One of them is trials and test beds. So for example, we've got a project called Project Vista in the UK, looking at using 5G for production and in Stadia experiences. A lot of that's not using standards. A lot of that's using stuff that's been lashed together to make it work, kind of largely based on standards, and testing it. The other approach is to do, and I kind of think we've always done this with DVB and the DC and HbbTV. The other thing is to get things out there in draft, because actually you want people to put it together, make it, break it, fix it. And this is something that we've had a long conversation about this at SMPTE, the fact that actually they take too long. And actually, if you take too long, people stop using standards, and then we all end up in trouble. Things like AV1. AV1's not really standardized completely. So it's kind of, what trouble are we putting up for the future with Netflix using AV1? So I think we've got to make sure we get these things right. So I think we've got to become more agile, and I think we've got some good tools to improve that agility. And that's things like the cowpath stuff, people launching with stuff early and trying it, and I'm not sure it works. It grates a bit for us standards people, but I think is okay. I think trials and test beds and shoving stuff together and seeing whether it works and we can break it, and draft standards early so the industry can break and make them is perfect. So we can deal with this. We just need to acknowledge it. It's the elephant in the room. Just one thing I just wanted to mention. I just sat here realizing that we only standardized time in the UK when we built the railways. We had to standardize time because we built the railways. Well, we're kind of building an IP world, so there are things that we will have to do.
I'm tempted to say, as I'd say the British can complain the trains are always late, but I won't. The composition of various standards bodies, and Peter kind of alluded to this in a way with his remark of Turkey's, voted for Thanksgiving, I guess, at this moment in time. People, organizations, companies, Netflix, Amazon, Google, they're starting to join the organizations here, but one feels that they're only starting, and apologies in the unlikely event that any of them are in the room, one feels that they're starting to join once they've settled on their own standards, how Netflix chosen its way to do things, and now it's joining and coming forward. Is that true?
I'll let Peter answer this. Well, we do as much work with Google and Amazon as we do with anyone else, and I'm not sure they're particularly interested in inventing their own standards. I think the cloud is a really interesting standard space, or lack of standard space, which I think we might need to address. But I don't think they're against standards. I think they're quite focused on their business.
Doing their own thing to start off with, and then realizing, oh, hang on a moment, we really are part of this business now. We should get on board.
And I'm sure Sky won't mind me saying this, but Sky are massive supporters of standardization. But when James Murdoch gave the McTaggart lecture at the Edinburgh TV Festival in, I think it was 2009, he described our British television industry as the global Addams family of media, where we're kind of weird, we do our own thing, but the real truth of it is, even organizations as that are massively reliant and supportive of standards. And the working relationship we have, they chair many of our working groups, and I'm sure they do with DVB as well. They chair the commercial module. People like Sky and others, which is a kind of example for us, easier for us to comprehend, I guess, because we know them all. They love standards, so they want stuff to work.
Peter, is that true? Are you finding that from the DVB perspective?
Yeah, sure. The thing is that if you hark back to the original days of digital television, so almost after just after time was invented in the UK, or time was standardized in the UK, not invented. You did a lot of other things, but you didn't invent time. So, but there were a number of companies, large conglomerates that operated proprietary systems. And in that sense, the DVB project was about trying to make sure that we could have open, interoperable, multi-vendor solutions. It wasn't just about getting everything from one place. And I think what we see in today's world is it's somewhat similar. The organizations are that much larger, they're that much more powerful. But after a while, the notion of having open, interoperable, multi-vendor solutions is something which has value no matter who you are, how big you are, how small you are, and so that's where we're targeting. And these organizations beginning to realize that there is an awful lot required, an awful lot of effort required to support multiple stacks, multiple locations, and no matter how big you are, it's still a cost that you have to bear in order to serve your customers. And there are easier ways of doing it, and so this is where we come in. And where we try and help, but it's a process that's underway, and certainly we're finding it much easier to gain traction within these larger organizations as they come to realize the benefits of the standardization approach.
Alberto, what drives a broadcaster like Mediaset to be an active part of the standardization process?
Well, maybe, I guess we don't have so many choices outside of being supportive of standards, exactly because we live... But
not every broadcaster does. We see support, for example, from RTL. Richard has mentioned Sky, of course, but as with all of these things, some tend to be just a little bit more active than others.
I mean, our choice was... being very supportive of standards, because not so many other choice of creating verticalizations or standards of our own make any sense, especially if you believe in an open TV environment. If you start by thinking that TV as an experience is in competition with other experiences that many times are closed or vertical, and vertical environments, the real choice you have to make is whether you are with the open TV environment competing against vertical ones or not. So what our choice and has been, and we have been very much supportive of MHP by the time, just to say, and indeed we still have them, and we still run over MHP in Italy for a part of our application, because we have the duty toward the consumers to keep going with the standards that we supported over time. So we think that DVB, HbbTV, creates the environment for an open competition, and the fact of having a complete and open competition as a system is something that can oppose on vertical environments. Otherwise, basically, we will find all the industry and every broadcasters, and not just all the broadcasters, having to play with the rules that others impose to the industry. So my real point, even internally, and there's always a debate within a large organization as ours, is do we need open competition? And the result of open competition on TV in each single nation is in fact as an industrial system that has become interesting and fruitful for each nations. So my point is, we are part of a system. We need to stay in the system and help the system evolve rather than breaking it up.
A quick reminder, if anybody wants to, we're about 5 minutes or so left. So if anybody's got a question they want to add to Slido, which we can put to our panelists, we can do so. But I was taken yesterday, Stuart Savage doing another session of LG, of course, was talking about what his company was interested in. I hope I'm remembering correctly. It was basically, well, 95% in the picture and 5% in everything else. And led me to kind of think, well, are we always choosing the right standards to look at? Or I don't know, Richard, do you have any thoughts?
As I said earlier, I think we must always, and it's so easy for us to find technology and then try and find a home for it. And let's not do that. So let's put the viewer on the end of it and see what they get. And I think with high dynamic range is a really good example where there are a number of standards, but also there's lots of implementations of the standards, both creatively and technically, and whether they're doing it in native or post-producing it, and there are and so even the tools that we have today, which are amazing, we're probably not using as well as we might do, and we need to get better at that. And so are we choosing the right standards? Maybe flip the question. What are we trying to achieve? And do we have enough in our toolkits to do it? Do we need to profile some other things? Are some of the standards that we've got a bit ambiguous and they're quite difficult to implement?
Well, the thing
or
is,
really hard to test.
A few times, this idea of additional country profiles. I think you referred to it in your presentation. I think I'm right in saying Alberto might have done so as well. Does that complicate things by having everybody? Well, I have this for the UK. I'm going to have this for Luxembourg. I'm going to have this. I'm going to have this for Italy.
Well, the national standardizations that we have is just a profiling of the standards. So when we started in Italy, and in fact, we took UK as an example, we wanted to take an enormous toolbook, toolcase that is DVB and HbbTV, MHP, that are created for many different reasons with many different solutions, and they need to be like that. And saying easily what would have been those tools or solutions that we would have used in Italy for broadcasting or for interactivity. We think that is something that helps the factor of defining what to test and what are the rules that services need to stay with for working as best as possible. Because we know that standards are gigantic, so test suites of standards are infinite. So if we say, and if we reach with the industry a clear definition of what we will be using of those standards in a country, I think we help the conformance regime being really effective. Otherwise, if we just say, hey, I take the standards and I expect that the overall thing of that standard works, it's kind of hard. So the profiling of a standard for us is the first step at the regional level for then
easing all the certification regimes and the testing of the application. Because if everyone can use any of the toolbooks, of the tools that in the standards are foreseen, then everything becomes very, very complex.
If, for example, if in the UK profile and Richard's team put something in the pool, as it were, and then it's discovered, oh, hang on a moment, there's this, if we do this the way the UK is doing it, or vice versa for that matter,
yeah, definitely.
I guess it's almost the whole point of standards
in fact, it's something that happens. I mean, it's not that the profiling part of each. We have HDBook in Italy that is doing things similar. They are talking each other, watching each other. It doesn't make sense to do things differently just because it's nice doing them differently. So I think there should be a convergence as much as possible. And I think that those countries where these profiling entities exist are far ahead of this convergence, because there are other countries where nothing exists at all. And the standard is taken for granted as it is written on a piece of paper, but the standard needs to live with profiling, conformance regimes, testing, and development. And the last thing is, when a broadcasters or do a requirements for a standardization body, then it has to take the responsibility of using what they ask. Otherwise, you ask everyone to spend their time and money for doing things that is useless for the end user in the end, and for them.
Can I just comment really quickly? I think the try not to profile, try not to deviate from the core standard. But if your business needs or your drivers within your business are such, then you may well do that. And kind of see that as sounds silly, but see that as like the test bed. See that as the kind of hackathon that we've done. And then hopefully if it works, then that can be contributed to the international standards, or if it doesn't, it can't. And so I think that kind of, it's the cow path thing, isn't it? So, we've seen Apple and others start using bits of technology that have later been adopted into W3C or other international standards. And I think some of the stuff that we've done in the UK, in a way, we didn't think about it at the time, kind of fell into that category. The BBC and others did some stuff early. I'm pretty sure that there's nothing we've done in the UK that we haven't offered back into the international standards organizations or to other territories. I'm pretty sure that's the case. It's certainly our stated public mantra that we do that.
Good. Right. Oh, we're out of time, so I better wrap things up. In which case, otherwise I'll have to reprimand myself. Okay. Well, look, gentlemen, thank you very much for taking part in all of this. And before we move on to the next session, we haven't used our friend Slido much, so I wonder if we could bring up a little bit of a poll on that. I think there's one which we started off earlier on. We bring that up on the screen and take a look. He said optimistically. I guess you've all got Slido. I can possibly ask the question while it's being brought up, really, can't I? So what do we think of this? Which markets are expected to see the highest growth rates in HbbTV over the next 5 years? Fairly broad markets here by continent. Asia, Western Europe, Central and Eastern Europe, Australia, or North and South America. Hoping we can bring up the little graphic just to see how it's doing. Please. Can we get the Slido graphic? I'm taking that as a no. We will maybe find out the answer to that, in which case a little later on. In the meantime, we're going to move across to what I believe could be our final session. It's a round table on ATSC3 and HbbTV, common goals when it comes to business and consumer applications. We're coming to the end of the conference, as you know, but HbbTV isn't alone in developing standards for hybrid television. it is a kind of tradition, really, to dedicate a session to have a look at the US market, to discuss and to see what we have in common and how we might evolve to support greater harmonization in the future. And so to chair this particular Oliver Botti, the Strategic Marketing and Innovation Executive Director at FinCons.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. And well, he has already introduced me. So today I'm this round table with a fantastic lineup of speakers. But before introducing the speakers that I know they are already available there, and I thank them for this, let me spend some words to introduce the roundtable rationale. Well, HSC 3.0 is the next generation terrestrial broadcast system designed to improve the television viewing experience with higher audio and video quality, more accessibility, and in particular, personalization and interactivity. Based on the same internet protocol as today popular streaming media platforms, it was designed to bring together over-the-air with over-the-top content. So very, very in line with the European HbbTV inspiration and all the updates that we have been sharing yesterday and today. The US market has embraced the next-gen TV with enthusiasm since day one. And it is already possible to identify emerging trends from, in particular from the application point of view, that can help scaling to a wide audience. We have been talking about how to scale to a wide audience to make the business case more interesting along the last 2 days. And I think that both business and consumers can benefit from this application takeoff. Today, our speakers from leading broadcasters and influential organizations in the US and Europe will present innovative business cases and applications which may inspire the European market, where the introduction of native IP by DVB will reduce the gap between HbbTV and HSC 3, being the latest natively IP. So we see a room for a new dialogue to start among initiatives across the ocean, and today I'm sure we will add a solid milestone. Then we are ready to, and I'm proud to introduce you to our special guests, which are leading representative of this next-gen TV revolution. So in the order in which they will be interviewed, Madeleine Noland, HSC President, Sam Mettini, NAB CTO, Susie Elkins, Director of Broadcasting and General Manager at WKAR3 PBS, Public Broadcaster, Carrie Oslund, VP Strategy and Business Development at the EW Scripps, Private Broadcaster, and Emily Dubbs, Head of Technology at DVB. We will ask them to kindly share their most successful experiences, focusing on application and business opportunities in particular, what they consider more relevant or promising, as well as trends and future plans. First of all, let me thank all of you for your participation, and a double thank to those of you connected from the US during Thanksgiving Day. And we know how important this is for the American family, so we appreciate so much you are sharing a bit of your family time with us today. But let me start with the first question to Madeleine. It's good to see you all together. Sorry, I was not seeing you, so now I see. Dear Madeleine, Next-Gen TV is creating a real movement in the US, and could you please provide us an update on the current deployment of HSC 3.0 and the percentage of population currently reached by these new services?
Sure. You can hear me okay, Oliver?
Yes, very well.
Oh, great. Boy, modern technology. Well, first of all, I want to say that if I could possibly be in Paris today, I would. How much fun would it have been to come to Paris and to enjoy everything? But next year, perhaps, we hope we can come back in person. And I also want to say thank you so much for having all of us and for this program. I was able to catch some of the earlier program, and as always, the HbbTV Symposium is top-notch with great value content and really, really well programmed. So thank you so much for that. Well, interesting to talk about what is going on with the deployment of next-gen TV in the US. Carrie, Sam, and Susie are probably in the best position to talk about that, coming from the broadcast side of the world. But a quick update is that ATSC 3.0 will probably be reaching about 50% of the US population by the end of this year, and probably roughly 75% of the US population will have access to services somewhere around mid next year or in Q2. And I think that one of the things that are going to drive the next year is going to be very interesting, where more of the really big markets come online. Looking at New York, Los Angeles, Chicago. I see Kerry nodding his head. That's a good sign, right? I think the other piece of the puzzle, there's kind of three legs to the stool, if you will, when it comes to deploying a technology in a voluntary fashion. One, of course, is are the broadcasters getting the signals on the air? And I think we just talked about that. Not only are there that many population reached, but I think there's some 180 something services online, and I can't remember how many television stations, but it's a lot. I think the other leg of the stool, of course, is what is going on in the receiver marketplace. So can consumers actually buy next-gen television receivers? And the answer is yes, with about 20 models announced in 2020, which was pretty darn good for a pandemic year, I think. And we're up to 70 television models available today, with the expectation of another manufacturer making a pretty big announcement at CES 2022 in January. So we're hoping to get up to 4 manufacturers and many more models as we go forward. So yes, indeed, the next-gen TVs are available. And one of the exciting things was that the Consumer Technology Association in the US predicts how many next-gen TV units will sell in the United States. And in January of 2021, they predicted a roughly 800,000 would sell. In July of 2021, they revisited those numbers and they tripled them. They said, actually, we think it's going to be more like 2.1 million that will sell in the US in 2021. And I think there are some broadcasters out there who think that number is also conservative. So we shall see. But we're looking in the next couple of years where 25% of the television sets sold in the US will be next-gen TV capable. So we're definitely getting to critical mass on that scale. The third leg of the stool is, what is the service? And this is where I think the broadcasters are doing a terrific job, and Carrie and Susie can talk more about that. But what are you going to get? If you get on the air and you go and get your next-gen TV, what are you going to see as a consumer? Are you going to see better video, better audio? Is it going to be palpably different? Are you going to see interactivity? What is this Voice Plus thing? So I think that I'll leave that for the others, but what's exciting to me is that all three legs of the stool are making terrific progress. So we're looking forward to this holiday season. There's a big campaign coming up, and not to steal the thunder of the others from the US here on the call, so I'll stop there. But it's pretty exciting, Oliver. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madeleine. Very impressive numbers. And I'm conscious of time, so I'm trying to run. And Sam, at NAB, you really pioneered the development of a number of different next-gen TV apps along the years, since the early days, and ranging from sports, weather forecasting and alerting, from news and e-learning to e-commerce and many others. And as Fincons, we had also the pleasure to contribute to several of these, but would you like to recall some of most innovative pilots for the benefit of our European audience today?
Yeah, certainly. And let me echo Madeleine's comments, and just Thanksgiving in the US is about sharing, and we're delighted to be able to share with you today. You know, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, and so instead of me just talking about it, what I'd like to do is share my screen, and hopefully you're now seeing a slide. Can you confirm that that's true? Okay, wonderful. So what I'm going to do is walk you through just very quickly, because we've got a tight time frame, but I'm going to walk you through a number of apps that have been developed by our members, the members of the National Association of Broadcasters, and we've helped with some of these. But this is, and as important as the application itself is the diversity of the membership that is working on this. So this is one that we developed back in 2016 with NBC for the Olympics. And it enabled a customized view if you will, of the games, where the user could come in and select the countries they wanted to follow, the athletes they wanted to follow, or the events that they wanted to follow. This is one that was developed in concert with Fox, and it's really about providing a customized experience to the viewer where they can select which camera they would like to view. In this case, you see Johnson, number 48 there in the racetrack. And so the idea is that if you are a fan of that particular driver, that you can ride along with that driver in addition to receiving the traditional broadcast that everyone else is getting. This is an application that was developed by News Press and Gazette. It is very focused on local news and providing video on demand access, again, combining that broadcast and broadband connection. This is one that was developed by WRAL that is focused on weather and providing instant access to weather. This is a home shopping network example where a user can use the remote to actually complete a T-commerce transaction. This is one that we developed in concert with FinCons with CBS, and you'll see most of the application is there in the bottom right corner. And in this case, this segment is about recipes and cookbooks. And so you can see that you can select recipes, you can pick your particular recipe. In this example, you can see all of the ingredients, and then you can tie right in and actually order those and have them instantly delivered to you via a grocery service. This was just one of the many different facets to that application, but this was one that you can also see on our NAB Amplify platform. There's a complete video that'll walk you through this, so I encourage you to take a look at that. This is one that we did with Scripps that we're very proud of. And FinCons here again did an excellent job with this. And this is all about how do you improve a local newscast and how do you improve news literacy. And so you can see polls, you can see the integration of mobile phones and applications, as well as the ability to interactively participate in determining whether the news you're seeing is true or false. And this is an application that we developed in concert with the Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Science. It focuses on data broadcasting and the idea of using that IP networking capability of the ATSC3 standard to reach students who may not have broadband access. And this provided an application that they could use on their television to still receive coursework, even if they did not have broadband access. And the pandemic really sort of highlighted the need for this type of connectivity. So I want to say thank you there. And those are just a quick snapshot of a lot of the innovative work that's taking place here in the US by our broadcast members.
It was really a pleasure to hear, and we really enjoyed, in particular, when we worked with the Howard University, because remote schooling was really an interesting and important topic. Susie, your company is experimenting ATSC3 since a while now, and can you please recap your learnings at the Next Gen Media Innovation Lab at PBS, and how this has informed your approach to application that public broadcaster might use to serve communities?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Thanks for allowing me to be here. Hi, everyone. We have been experimenting within our Next Gen Media Innovation Lab at Michigan State University. Thanks, Sam, for using the Spartans as an example in one of the applications. That was great to see. But we've really been focused on, we got an experimental license. We were granted that by the FCC to really focus on applications that would be important to public broadcasters, creating local services within their local communities. And so we focused on applications in education, public health and civic engagement, emergency alerting, fundraising, and some radio applications. And our goal really was, we understood this would be deployed and that markets would transition. And our curiosity was really around what will we do with it once that good work happens. And so for a couple of years now, we've been building actual applications in the lab. And it really wasn't until we started creating these that I understood how fundamentally different a next-gen TV production and distribution environment is, which I think is really important. And we've tried to take a leadership role in helping our stations understand what this will look like once deployment starts, and what really will the role and responsibilities be of stations as they're trying to create these services for their communities. We've tried to challenge ourselves to utilize the technology, particularly the convergence within the new standard, to create something completely new and not just adapt what we've known in different spaces and put them together. That, of course, is going to be important, but also to really think bigger and differently. And so we have some key takeaways as we've done that work, and just really understanding that next-gen TV allows us to join the internet across many dimensions and create this new ecosystem that recognizes the power of our over-the-air spectrum capabilities, which is exciting for us as public broadcasters. Through this work, it's become clear to us that stations are going to need clear on-ramps and tools in order to quickly adapt to this and to be able to create the kinds of applications that Sam just showed. And a couple of them are similar to ones we've created for distance learning, to work with schools and around education. And so that seems like a heavy lift for some of our stations. So we've been doing some work to educate around what that looks like, and also to create some of these on-ramps and tools for stations to use. And we've been thinking about those tools and on-ramps sort of in this way. In one way, it's how do we make it easy to harness our data and put it to use? That's not something that we've typically had access to immediately in real time. And so harnessing that data is going to be really important. How can we create digital services that transcend over the air and over the top services utilizing phones and tablets and any connected device? That's also a new and exciting opportunity for us. And understanding that the real community impact that we can have in our local communities really comes when we focus on that experience layer to create the interactivity and personalization that both my colleagues have mentioned already. We see that as really the key area for us as public broadcasters to focus, and that it really needs to be done through alliances and collectives and collaborations to expand our ability to serve at a higher level than we've ever been able to, and potentially to monetize our spectrum in ways that were previously unavailable to us, and particularly to public broadcasters. And so we think we can leverage and learn from our colleagues, all broadcasters working in this space, and then really thinking about what that means for us to fundraise within our models that we have. And I think there's a lot of opportunity there. So our work in the lab has really changed our thinking about what this looks like in the future, and we're really excited about it.
Thanks a lot, Susie. I think your experience would be really well complementing with the one of the European public broadcasters providing services to the citizen. Kerry, we had the opportunity to work together on quite innovative applications for the citizens, like the news literacy project, but I know this is only a bit of a wider activity you are leading in this space. Can you summarize the EW script's advancement status and the strategy pillars for ATSC3 adoption? Kerry? We don't hear Kerry, but we see the slide.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Hey, great to see Oliver, and it's great to be back with the HbbTV Symposium. Had the opportunity, along with Madeline, to be there in Greece with you a couple of years ago, and boy, oh boy, did we learn a lot there. And I, like Madeline, have been watching some of the panels and been so impressed. And again, we just learned so much from you. And in so many ways, we're behind. But the good news is the clock is running here in America. As Madeline said, broadcasters are transmitting, and television manufacturers are producing TVs. And the CTA is making projections, which allows us to build a timeline and then to start working a timeline, which is new for us this year. But before we start talking about applications, just for no other reason, why broadcasters will complete this transition is because of capacity that it will give us when we move to an IP-based system. And just, you guys, I don't know if you know this or not, but this is pretty much the history of American television in front of your eyes, going from analog to digital to high compression rates and being able to do 7 channels on one 6 megahertz slice of spectrum, to where we're going with ATSC3, which it's immeasurable how much more capacity we're going to have. So if for no other reason, we will move to the standard for capacity. Our company is now the largest holder of licensed broadcast television spectrum in the United States. Those blue dots are our local TV channels. Those green dots, we just acquired a huge company called Ion Media. So we have about 100 transmitters across the country. We have 65 television stations in 40-something markets, and we have 9 national networks now. So we've got big real fast, and we have a lot to gain as we move forward, not only with capacity, but with all things ATSC3. A little bit more color on what Madeline had already mentioned, and that is CTA projections. You know, they're suggesting 25% of TV sales will be next-gen capable in 2023, 50% by 2024, 73% in 2025. That's a pretty fast ramp. So taking their numbers, taking industry numbers, not our own wishful thinking, we're able to put that into a spreadsheet and into a timeline and really start understanding, you know, how many 3.0 sets are going to be in the marketplace, and how many 1.0 sets are going to still be in the marketplace, and then look for, you know, those inflection points and where we're going to be at early majorities, late majorities, etc. So if you want to know how Scripps is thinking about strategy for 3.0, it starts with just you know, keeping up with what's happening and what we think is going to happen. And so here's how we think it's going to happen over time, according to the CTA figures. Underneath that are all of the things we have to do along that timeline. So it really starts, you know, it started for the last 10 years, and that is to be evangelists and really understand who are the believers, the blockers, and the skeptics, and start the business of doing transmissions and getting some TV sets sold. And now we are moving to the point where I think that Sam and Oliver, I mean, this is where their headspace has been for a number of years. How are we going to delight those early adopters? And I know that you in this conference talk a lot about TA and targeted advertising, and we do too. But the first thing that new consumers of the new technology are going to see, they're not going to be bowled away by, oh man, they could do targeted advertising. No, they need to see something different. As Madeline said, she called it palpable. And so we're looking at those experiences and trying to create them. And then obviously we'll move into advanced advertising and all the things that we can do with advanced digital rights management and measurement. And then we can start moving into a late majority and a new normal where we're no longer 1.0, but we're a 3.0. So where we're going next, focus on early adopters, really do some of the things, steal some of your ideas. And the way I would summarize a lot of the ideas I see from HbbTV, win, play, vote, buy, bet, browse, discover. I mean, you guys are so far ahead of us. And what we want to do is create raving fans. I mean, Tesla-like raving fans when they come to see an ATSC3 next-gen program and service offerings. They're bowled away and they want to tell their friends about it. So the opportunities we see, you know, obviously engagement. We're already taking a look at interactive. We're looking at measurement now as TV sets come online. It's fascinating. We're curious about pay TV and using DRM to do it. And as you may have heard, we've been pretty focused on the auto space well and delivering data to automobiles. This is just an example from this morning. I'm checking in and see how many new ATSC3 sets with antennas are connected to a number of Scripps stations. It's so exciting to go from 0 to actually go to 1,000, to go to the next 10,000, and to watch this ramp over the next few years is going to be fascinating. So that's our story at Scripps, and we're so pleased to be here with you virtually. And happy Thanksgiving to you all. Hey, by the way, I'm in the kitchen. I'm cooking.
That's Kerry, we appreciate so much. And I also like the idea of the running clock, because this is also what we are doing now. Emily, on this side of the ocean, DVB's initiative to develop a fully native IP solution could seem on par with what has been achieved in the US with ATSC 3.0, creating similar business opportunities. But we know that the origin and evolution were quite different here. So in particular, what has been the driving factor for DVB's native IP solution? And do you expect similar success factors?
So indeed, you're right. Thank you very much, by the way, for inviting me also to this debate. And I have to say that I was quite surprised at the beginning, because indeed the story in Europe is quite different compared to what is happening in Europe. But in the end, there are some similarities, and I think that's indeed it's very interesting to be mentioned. So yes, as you know, the situation is quite different, because we have already a very quite well-developed and efficient broadcast system for both terrestrial and satellite, by the way. But as you know, it relies on technologies which are designed for one-way broadcast networks. So it's a totally different context. So the drivers are quite different also. I have to say that initially, HbbTV's native IP solution has been mainly impulsed by the satellite stakeholders, because the revenues were promising to at least stagnate due to the rise of OTT. While on the other hand, and paradoxically, satellite has much to offer in the OTT area. If you just think, for instance, of the many possibilities, the many new business opportunities it could offer if OTT could be delivered just everywhere, including in low connectivity areas, because of the large satellite footprint. So that was the idea initially. That's what HbbTV's native IP solution will achieve, combined with DVB-I. But in the end, it also simply answers to a wider industry need for a unified platform that will allow to deliver media to all users and whatever they are watching on a main TV set or on a mobile phone. So the drivers are different. However, there is some common ground, I would say, especially in terms of success factors. Because in the same way as for ATSC 3.0, the success of the native IP solution will rely on those new opportunities it can offer, those new applications that were mentioned, for instance, by Susie, new services, for instance, that could be offered in small businesses, for instance, hotels in low connectivity areas, and in any public venues where people have to wait could be an opportunity to bring this kind of service, including, I would say, during transports. So all this will bring new monetization opportunities, and this is expected to drive the market adoption also in Europe.
To try and do a second turn, but within 30 seconds each, we don't have much more. Madeleine, monetization is a hot topic for discussion both for ATSC and HbbTV communities. What do you think would be the real monetization opportunities for next-gen TV, and how the ATSC 3 roadmap can boost these opportunities?
Thank you. Well, I agree with our colleagues and with Emily, where HbbTV is gaining really impressive market traction. And in many ways, you are paving the way and showing us what works and what doesn't work, and we can learn so much from that experience. So there's definitely that. I think the other thing that's interesting is the targeted advertising opportunities, where HbbTV TA is already out there and in use. But in addition to that, people already know what the business model for targeted advertising might be, having had their experiences with their cable operator partners, where you can target by zone at least, and plus the digital platforms where you're doing targeted advertising on the digital platform over the top already today. So there's kind of a roadmap there. I think that there are a number of people in this country, in the US that think that sports betting is going to be the next killer app on television. We shall see, but certainly we know that betting is a big deal, not on television, and so we can maybe make some guesses about what kind of income that might provide. In addition, there's T-commerce, which was mentioned by a couple of people, including Sam. But I think the other area that's also worth mentioning is what Susie mentioned, which is from the public broadcaster point of view, fundraising is not only what donors give you, but also what you're able to raise from, making a great case to those government entities that fund your station. And those great cases can be things that are not what you might consider to be traditional monetization cases. They might be advanced emergency messaging. They might be distance education. And these kinds of really important public service opportunities that give the public broadcasters opportunities to improve their plants and make capital expenditures into this new system. So I think there's a ton of opportunity, and you guys are paving the way. You guys, they're in Paris and in the UK and across Europe. So we thank you for that.
30 seconds for you for one particularly meaningful application to innovate the future scenario.
Yeah, so hard to choose. Lots of innovative work taking place, but I think if I had to choose, Oliver, it'd be the dish application that we developed with you all at FinCons and CBS. And I say so from a personal level because it was an opportunity for us to go in and sit down with a producer of that segment who did not know what Next Gen TV was, and to educate her and to have her go, oh, I can do this. Whoa, I can do that. And then to also sit down with the business people and say, okay, we can do targeted advertising. We can actually sell these books through a T-commerce app. We can do the recipe ingredient sales. You can take that content and you can share it out in multiple ways. I can have a VOD library that's available that has other segments from past shows that's going to increase engagement and also add more targeted advertising opportunities. And then, of course, the data and the analytics that you gather from such an application that you can use in the future to, further enhance that viewer relationship. So because of all those reasons, I think that I would have to say that that was probably the one that I'll pick for this occasion, but it's a tough call.
With HbbTV developments.
We're going to continue to work on these applications. They're in various stages of development. We're going to continue to iterate and test them. We've been testing them right now with various broadcast chains just to see what the differences are when we connect with different vendors. I think that's important work. We'll continue to share out what we're learning within the lab. What Sam just said is really key. When we find out, when we explain what the technology is, the really creative folks within the stations are the ones that have the killer idea, the idea for the killer app that we think will provide the service. So getting the word out and help people understand what the opportunity is, the really creative, thoughtful people, that's key, and something that we're going to continue to take a leadership role for within public broadcasting to try to help accelerate adoption and understanding and really innovative services.
Thanks a lot, Susie. Carrie, you already anticipated that there is the need to move urgently to delight early adopters. Which are your future plans in this direction? But
yeah, so we're going to be focused on applications that build applications. So not one-by-one apps, but working with companies like yours, Oliver, and great other companies like Kineton in working through apps that can help us scale. And not only apps that are ready for ATSC3, but apps that are both forwarding and backward compatible with our OTT products, which, by the way, isn't a big stretch. I mean, if it works and it looks good in OTT with JavaScript and CSS, a little monkeying around with it, it's going to look good on ATSC3 as well. So we want to scale, we want to move fast, and we don't need an app. We need an app that builds apps.
Thanks a lot. And Emily, we have seen also today and yesterday how our European bodies such as HbbTV and DVBs are intensively and continuously working to advance open standards to enable the future of this industry. So what can we expect out of this collaboration in the short term? 30 seconds to you.
So there are, many areas of collaboration that were mentioned previously by Peter, but I'd like to mention especially the targeted advertising example. Because it's a great example of collaboration, because our organizations achieved delivery of two perfectly complementary standards. For instance, DVB specifies how to signal the ad placement opportunity in a broadcast stream, while HbbTV, for its part, is more defining the interfaces between the broadcaster's app and the receiver itself, so that it can trigger the ad substitution. So this complementarity is really powerful, and I think it's being illustrated by the Mediaset example. They have implemented a fully standard-based solution, including HbbTV TA spec in the terminal, and that's the quick rollout of those terminals make these services, so the reach of those services with targeted advertising ever growing. So it's really strategic for them and for any broadcasters, because it allows their ad slot to be to increase the value of their ad slot, and this is because you can also reach a targeted audience exactly like digital advertising. So this is what it's happening on the so to bring targeted advertising to broadcast. But to draw a comparison with what's happening in the US, I believe that also our native IP solution will also be boosted by these new monetization opportunities offered by targeted advertising. And in the context of native IP, the deployment will be even easier because receivers natively support ad replacement. And we also have in DVB current work to expand the work which has been done for targeted advertising to DVBI services. So targeted advertising is also really strategic, and our collaboration with HbbTV in that case is really essential also, and it's also definitely in the pipeline, I would say, for our native IP solution.
Thanks a lot, Emily. We heard the DTG speaking about this before. I'm looking at the Slido to see if there are questions, but I'm not sure. I asked to the directors if they have time for the questions. Probably not. Okay. So we said at the beginning that the US market embraced the next gen TV with enthusiasm. I think we have we had the proof of this today, and also with speed. And we also had the proof of this today. And we see how the market on the other side of the ocean is also running as here. So we are all passionate about these topics. And I really, thanks again. What happened? That's great. I was saying I started feeling hungry about this, and now I feel the smell also. Thanks a lot for sharing your family part with us. We really enjoyed that. And thanks a lot. I'm sure that the audience appreciated this chat today. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Well, thank you, Oliver. Thank you to the panel as well. And that's almost the end of our time together. Not quite. Finished the formal sessions. And of course, if you want to get a copy of what you've seen in the form of some of the presentations, they'll be made available shortly on the HbbTV website, where you also find some photographs from the last 2 days and, of course, last night's awards reception. Thank you very much for being such an interactive audience and taking part in the various questions and polls that we've had on Slido. If you want to continue tweeting or posting on LinkedIn, then please do so. Encourage people to find out more about HbbTV and perhaps also take part in next year's event at the hashtag HbbTV Paris. Now, we'd like to find out how well we've done over the last couple of days, and to do that, we've put together a short survey form. Hopefully, it won't take you too long to complete. You will find that at surveymonkey.com/r/HbbTV Paris. surveymonkey.com/r/HbbTV Paris. That's it for me, but to close the event, it's my pleasure to hand over to Vincent Grivet, the chairman of the HbbTV Association.
Thank you, Julian. You did great. I can answer the SurveyMonkey already. Thank you. So we're at the end of these 2 very dense days, and I have the big challenge to try to improvise some kind of wrap-up and conclusions, which is challenging, but an opportunity. I'll try to share with you actually 5 impressions, 5 words. Number 1, I'm very happy. I think many people have been very happy to meet again, to be again in a real meeting. This has not happened for so long. And unfortunately, some of the other meetings we thought we could attend are not going to happen. So we've been very lucky and we've been very happy. I think we had a great organization, and I would like that all of us now extend a big applause to the team. And also to the sponsors, because again, without the sponsor, there would not be a symposium. We also had a great atmosphere. I think it was a lot of friendship, a lot of happiness of people to meet again. And there has been great content. So a big thank you to the speakers and a big thank you also to the audience for their attention. Number two, second impression. We met in this configuration of the symposium 2 years ago in Athens. A lot has been happening since Athens. And definitely, in spite of COVID, the HbbTV community has not been asleep. We've seen a lot of things which in Athens where maybe dreams is a little bit irrespective, but it was the very beginning, for instance, of ADB2, and now ADB2 is real life, thanks to the demo of Verence and FinCons. Targeted advertising is a big story. It's been floating around us for so long, but now it's a reality. We heard about 2 manufacturers having confirmed that they implemented targeted advertising. We have heard about commercial use cases from Mediaset. So a lot has happened. And we have heard also of a new or a confirmed role of HbbTV as a pure OTT technology, not only a technology to create the replay of classical linear broadcasters. Third impression, and I'm especially maybe happy with this one, is maturity. Yesterday's session was excellent. We talked on the difficult topics. We talked on the difficult topic of interoperability and certification. And to me, number one, it's important. And number two, it's a proof of maturity. A few years ago, when HbbTV started, we heard only stories about use cases, new applications. I was almost going to say we were talking about dreams, which was great, by the way, because if we did not have had dreams 10 years ago, we would never have started HbbTV. Now those dreams in terms of applications and use cases, they are real. And we are talking things which are a little bit less glamorous, but which are super important and which are the proof that our ecosystem is serious and that we are tackling now the real problems, which are the problem of interoperability. And I don't want to leave anybody, but I think anybody who is really aware of HbbTV would not have that impression. But in case we have newcomers, I don't want to leave anybody with the impression that interoperability is a minefield and that we have a burning platform. It's not the case. We have a lot of achievements, we have a lot of work, we have already a lot of success in terms of interoperability, but we heard it needs to be improved, and maybe it needs to be made more simple, more collective. And I think this is an excellent theme of improvement, and again, it is a proof of maturity. Number four, I think there is another proof of maturity, and I was glad because our US friends have caught that. Also, they are 18,000 kilometers away and very busy cooking their turkey. I think another sign of maturity is that, again, a few years ago, HbbTV, the whole HbbTV Symposium and community was really driven by broadcasters who really had a big need for HbbTV. And they tried to make HbbTV exist. I think the good news is that now the desire and the excitement from the broadcasters is very effectively relayed in an impressive manner by a collection of companies who are inventing very smart solutions to support the need of the broadcasters. And actually in this symposium for the first time, I have seen many new companies or companies which were very small a few years ago and which now take really an industrial stance, and they come to the HbbTV community with some very interesting solutions on how to better develop applications or kind of ready-made development environment, etc. And this is super interesting and positive. And to me, again, it's another sign of maturity. And fifth and final and very important impression, HbbTV is a cooperative initiative. This symposium is a cooperative moment. And I was very pleased to hear so much the appetite of the community for even more cooperation. And we know why we need more cooperation. We need more cooperation because maybe that was a dream of the new kid in town, that you use the HbbTV specification and job is done and everything works fine. And unfortunately, reality is not that simple. And we know that is a challenge to address. And the good news is that I could really feel the shared appetite and the shared desire of the community, broadcasters, manufacturers, technology companies, to even boost the cooperation so that we are more efficient in dealing with these interoperability issues. We know we have asked the question. We have answered at least positively one question, which is, do we want more cooperation? The answer is yes. Remains two very big questions, which I'm not addressed today. And we have a few weeks, months to address them, but they need to find an answer. What are we going to do? How are we going to organize that increased cooperation? First question. And second question, and I have an extremely open stance to this question. And I think all of us should be super open, but we need to be responsible and realistic. This increased cooperation that we all agree, I think we need, are we going to create that inside the HbbTV Association or outside? I don't think there is a good answer and a bad answer. It just needs to happen. It needs to happen fast. It needs to happen with everybody on board. And I really hope that next year, when we meet again, we will have concrete answers to this question so that this next stage of cooperation is up and running. Talking of next year, definitely we're going to meet next year again, and please pencil, or actually not pencil, stamp, engrave in your diaries the dates of the 17th and the 18th of November, where I will not tell you today. We have a number of extremely appealing proposals on the table, and an additional round of consultation is needed to make a final decision. I can tell you it's going to be, in all cases, an appealing, charming city in Europe. There will be more news, there will be more discussions, more cooperation, more friendship, and I really look forward to see all of you there. Thank you very much for being here. It's been a pleasure. Julian, is that really the final word, or is the final word to you?
Nothing left to say. It's all
so
been said.
It was the final
you.
word. Have a safe trip home. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
È sempre il momento di Mediaset Play, anche sulla tua TV. Vai su un canale Mediaset e premi il tasto freccia su del telecomando. Troverai funzioni esclusive in un'interfaccia rinnovata, più fluida e ricca di contenuti on demand. Potrai guardare gli highlights dei programmi più visti e salvare i tuoi contenuti preferiti nella sezione Le mie liste. Così inizi a guardarli dal tuo smartphone e continui dalla tua Smart TV quando vuoi. Mediaset Play, anche sulla tua TV.
With these new pictures came new stories for our digital century, where each screen offered a window to the world. Since its creation in 1996, NetGem has been a major independent player. NetGem offers solutions and services to enjoy your connected life. So when we look back on our trajectory over these amazing 25 years and then forward to the future, there is one thing we know for sure. With NetGem, you haven't seen nothing yet.
La nuova TV. I canali del digitale terrestre stanno passando alle trasmissioni in alta qualità. Se il tuo televisore riceve già i canali in HD, sei pronto a goderti lo spettacolo. Non rimanere ai box. Approfitta del nuovo bonus rottamazione e scegli un decoder o un televisore certificato alla TV.
La nuova TV è qui. Parti in pole position.